Good evening, folks, and welcome back to Eternal Strands. Pardon me, bit of a bug in my throat. After clearing out many more main quests, companion quests, gearing ourselves up, fighting a few more monsters, we're approaching what feels like the end game now. Without any further ado, let's get stuck in, get some more quests done. Hope you're doing well this evening, hope your week's starting off alright. Grab yourselves a warm beverage, come join me. Yes, I'm all paladined up. I've got to bring our notes back to everyone. What else do they have? Solo needs to craft that arc. I need to talk in Cassidin's hold. Do I have what I need for Solar? I'll just check it. I won't craft it immediately because it's likely to trigger the next main quest. I do. I have the coral. Alright. But with Sev here, quickly jump over to the hold. And then we'll crack on with the main quest.
We have our Norian prototypes. How you feeling? Theories proven, research recovered.
A successful collaboration by any measure.
So, we know the cave was inaccessible because of the leak.
Yes, suggesting most other tangles are from damage to the tapestry. Major breakages always seem to have one nearby.
If there's raw magic in that part of the tapestry, at least.
Exactly. Now that we know how to shut down a part of the tapestry, we should be able to make repairs.
It's a big deal for getting the Enclave back up and running proper.
What did you find in the notes from the cave?
Exactly what I was hoping to see. Advanced material sciences. Results from experiments on pressure containment.
Unsuccessful containment.
True. But in fairness, it wasn't the new design that failed.
He seems so much more confident and joyous now. I really like how far he's come.
I'm glad I could help, Sev.
It took a while, but we got there.
More than anything, this has reminded me that not all Norians are scheming political animals.
Some are you.
Oh,
Well, not anymore. But yes, some are more interested in sharing their expertise and pushing it further. And that's enough to give me hope that maybe if we get out of here, there's a way I could reform things.
oh, I hope he does.
Or at least open some eyes.
Exactly. That's a problem for the future, though. For now, there are tests to run.
I'm excited. An achievement. Series of choose investigate some exceptionally fancy pudding. Certainly feels like we're wrapping up all the companion stuff. Quickly nip to the hold. See how we can help the axle. Yum. Get to the point where I'm really starting to reflect on the game and this journey, and do you know what? I've really liked it. I have some nitpickings and misgivings about the combat and its depth, or some of the inventory management stuff, but I think even that small hot pitch was enough to take the edge off that. And the combat, there's still a lot of elements of it that I haven't been really making use of until we got into it, started weapon swapping a bit more. But as a basis in their debut game, I think they've done an absolutely fantastic job. And I've been so surprised by the writing and the voice acting. I've really enjoyed it.
Quite
Got a ways to go, though, I think. Little ways, at least.
You and your Ram friend instigated. With those results, we could repair the tapestry and eventually reclaim the underworks.
Yeah, exactly.
Too risky to tackle right now, though.
If that.
This finding, alongside Arakim's discoveries about the miasma, is concerning.
It's this coral stuff.
But I see it as an opportunity. The tapestry needs to be repaired, and we have the means. Nothing catalyzes and unifies people like a problem they can actually solve.
Yeah.
Making you seem like a very effective leader.
Yes. Yes, it does.
Oh.
Oh, Bryn! How did it go? It worked amazingly. In fact, I was almost too cold.
Come on, Bryn. Always bigging herself up.
Oh,
I love the confidence.
I must have prepared.
Lane, no, calm down. They're losing it.
Perhaps too much stirring. I'm kidding, Lane. It was perfect.
Ah, your elevated wit eludes me once again. If you two are done messing around...
No funny business here.
To hear that the potions worked. Lane, what sort of quantities can we produce for the scouts?
As much as you need. It's not hard to make.
That's very good news. I wonder why the Eye never explored this as an option.
I would assume the reason sits somewhere between lack of care and gross negligence.
100%.
Speaking of the Eye, Bryn, the Axel and I had a chance to sit and talk for a while. Would you believe that she isn't his biggest fan either?
No.
There were some subtle context
Thank you,
clues
Bryn.
that tipped
Thank
me
you.
off.
We were indeed not very cordial with each other at the best of times.
In particular, the way he kept secrets rubbed us both the wrong way. We found ourselves in agreement that any new government here should be built on a foundation of trust and respect.
The
A
dream.
foundation that will only be built if we secure our survival. Lane and I don't agree on everything, but it was good to sit and speak with someone who understands the nature of the work I'm doing.
It's not every day that one has the privilege of watching a new order emerge.
Perhaps you will be here to document it.
I should like that very
Perhaps.
much. The story of a new enclave should be made available to all. Every detail, out in the light.
Their eyes, almost starstruck.
I'm struck with inspiration. I need to return to base camp and get started on my history. To be here as it's being written. To be the one writing it.
No.
Oh, what a privilege.
Oh, they're gone. Do they always do that?
They do.
Yes, that's a fairly frequent occurrence.
Stuff to write, you
Well,
know?
With my mind at ease, for now, at least, I will thank you and bid you farewell. My list of petitions is smaller by one, for the moment.
We're here to help. Talk later.
I'll pop up there for that one, but fair enough. I think I still have an achievement for taking down the living flame one, just because I don't think I've taken one down without using the strand yet. While we're here... I thought you might.
You.
Hello to you too. Why don't you try greeting me with a smile?
Bryn is more like growling.
How do you have access to our scry?
Magic.
Wow. Just went there.
Seriously.
Your scry is connected to Gloom Gates and by extension the tapestry which spans all through the underworks. No system is impenetrable. I found a way in.
I want you out of my ear. Now. I'm sick of your voice.
Well, hold on now, Bryn.
And yet you came back to see me. Puzzling.
It's got you there, Bryn.
You're impossible.
I don't think there's a way the hive mind creature that wants to raise cities to the ground is going to be on anything but the bad side, but you never know. Give it a game and a couple of sequels. Maybe they were fighting the real big bad. Mind you, that can be handled pretty well too. That Mass Effect 1 going from the Geth to the Reapers. Mind you, that reveal was quite something. Alright, so look, we're ready to craft. Oh, nope, you want a natter first. It's alright. Always got to get them talking.
These Norian designs are really something.
Looking over the fancy wrench?
Sev said you'd call it that. But yes, I've never seen anything so over-engineered in my life.
For a wrench?
Sev tells me they built it inscrutable so that no one could copy it. I simplified it down for our purposes.
That will make it easier to produce more.
Lot to learn from the Norians. Both what to do and cautionary tales.
Fair. Right, the Archon Power Core. Allows the Arch to draw magic from the air without another Weaver channeling magic into it. We should be able to
With
put
this
into our new
power,
buddy.
We can fix our Arc of Verdance. I think this is what they call a full circle moment.
Aye.
Huh. Lately, I feel like I've been running in circles.
Hey, I know things look bleak, but this is a win. Don't let the Talon rob you of it. You're finishing her work, after all.
You're right.
I always am. Now, I think you've got a meeting with the Axel.
Now back to the hold I go then. Anybody want a nut at first? Oh, hello, hello.
It's a little bit beautiful, isn't it? It's like reaching into the past and shaking hands with its designer. We have achieved much.
I think she'd be happy to see it up and running.
I think so too. Plans set in motion decades ago. Slowly ticking towards fruition. If we are so lucky.
Oh, come on now, Seb, we'll be fine. Oh, the winter one's all the way over there. We pretty much spawn anywhere then. Right, before I go on, I do want to knock that off my list and just get this one done in. Shouldn't take me long. But like hidden achievements are one thing. When one's there on the Steam page, every time I open it up, I'm like, I've got to get you done in. Don't get me wrong, we'll still be going around and trying to gather up all the codexes. It just depends what kind of online maps I can find. How well people have mapped it out and what links together. Like, it's all well and good if I plaster a map full of all the locations, but if I'm, as here, 21 out of 22, having them all is not going to make the process that much quicker. It'll certainly help, don't get me wrong. I still think the fact that this move needs to be upgraded twice leads me to believe... I don't know, maybe story-wise we won't have to fight the big bugger more than once or twice, but... Up there, please. Not quite. Fire a bit. Very precarious cling. Huh. Get them nice and frosty. Bink. There's one on one of the upper arms as well. Oh, I already got it. Never mind. A little early, but we're alright. I'm not foil like this, but I'm trying to figure out what bits actually get icy that can be broken. Ow. Come on now. Let's not get lazy. I must have been hitting the thighs. I see. Not standing it. What happened there? We got a little turn to do. It's going to be a lot quicker if I just get up and in there. Not enough ice. Almost shakes you off the head. Not enough stamina. It's fiddly to get on your arms. Oh, it's the explosion right on it. It was just the summoning one. which case, spawned the summoning sigil on it, but they didn't actually... I assume it couldn't, of course, spawn them on it, so they were limping around climbing it. That'd be pretty fun if a boss could spawn a load of the small ones and it would climb up after us. Oh, that little belt buckle. There we go. Come on. There you go. Bit too cheeky. The difficult one, this one. I don't quite understand all the break parts of it because nothing's really catching onto twice, as it were. You swine. Yeah, look, very little of it. That thing up there. There you go. The sides of the bowl. Need to be careful where I'm standing. I don't know what's behind me. Ah, there goes the other one. Okay, used to the speed of the fireballs. Keep the damage over time going as we shoot. Down you go. There we go, that popped it. Yeah, even without the strand or without breaking a load of parts, it still gave me loads of the linen. Lovely. Other than the big gloom bugger, we've done each of them. Both in like murder. Oh. Have we crashed? Whoa, 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 whoa. That's the first time that's happened. Let's get that going up again real quick. Well, that is the first time I've had that game crash on me. I wonder what triggered that. Let me get up and start it again. There we go. There we go. Hopefully that hasn't buggered the recording. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Presumably an autosave should have hit as I loaded back in. Alright, excellent. Woo! You always got to take a moment with any game that lets you save and load in a more RPG fashion. Like, did it crash during an autosave? And is my entire save game? But honestly, because that'd spell the end of the run at that point, for lack of a better term. There's no just redoing 40 hours overnight. It's alright, YouTube is responding. It's okay, OBS. There we go. It was just very upset for a moment. It's okay. Understandably so.
Khan Arteme, my Weaver Band has repaired the Ark we followed through the Veil and discovered its true purpose.
To nullify the tangles at the source so it can be repaired.
Its anti-magic properties are why we were able to follow it through the Veil in the first place.
I see. If we could get it to the source, we believe it could stabilize the Enclave. Except, the Grand Gate was broken when the Ark pushed the Herald back through it.
Surely there must be another way to reach the source.
Now that it's repaired, couldn't this Ark be used to leave the Enclave the way you came?
In theory, sure.
What are you saying, Khan Arteme?
It's time for someone to protect my people. I need to use that Ark to get us all out of here.
You would leave with the Surgeborn running loose? Or worse, allow them to spread and wreak havoc across the Maida in your wake?
That's a good point.
No one has succeeded in stopping them yet. We've been trapped inside the Enclave for decades. It's time to set ourselves free before the Surgeborn overtake Cassidon's hold and kill us all.
Come on, have some faith. We've done loads of work.
In moments like these, we can't give in to our worst fears. That's what Kenrick did, and look where it got him.
We're only still here because the Spindle was brave. Honor that.
The Surgeborn has infiltrated our scry. It's learning how to use our enchantments against us. If we don't put a stop to this madness, how long until they overtake the Arks? Or bring down the Veil and spread across the Maida?
That is concerning. Still, let's be clear. Even if you could reach the source, there's a massive Surgeborn that almost killed you lurking down
I
there.
think the footage shows I was doing pretty
Are
good.
we ready for the Herald this time?
And what are you going to do about all the tangles? Punch them before they disintegrate you?
That's valid.
We will leverage the Aeroliths to control miasma at the source. We think this will clear a path so that I can escort the Ark.
Interesting. You've put more thought into this than I'd expected.
All this time, you've got to give us some more credit.
But as you've said, you have no way to reach the source.
Fine. Our plan has a few kinks to iron out.
More than a few.
How about this? If you can just give us time to present you with the final plan, it'll be your call whether or not we move forward on it.
I suppose that's fair. I can't pack up this stronghold in a day.
One more thing. It's clear by now the Enclave hides its secrets well. If there's any information on the source, I need access to it.
There are private records that can only be accessed with the Eye's signet. I suppose he's not using it at the moment.
Bryn did just save your people from certain death not too long ago.
Fine. You can borrow it. You should find information at the Spire in Upper Denevron, the Bastion, and the Institute.
I've got a bit running about to do.
We'll arrange a meeting with you when we're ready.
Good luck.
Okay, search for hidden fragments. OBS, please. You make me nervous when you have that yellow message up and about. Yeah, it seems all well and good room when I there up and running when I open up the YouTube one. So I'm just gonna ignore the yellow thing and assume that it's fine. It's just throwing a bit of a paddy with me. You again?
Back again. You do like me, don't you?
Talk to the character, not the player.
Hardly.
And you brought the Eye's signet with you.
I mean,
Keep it close, or we might just pluck it from you.
What would you want with the Eye signet?
To reveal the Enclave's secrets for myself, of course.
The Eye told you that?
He did. Funny how a man who has alienated everyone he loves Perhaps through ego alone can be so talkative with a stranger. Though he certainly doesn't think he drove his ex-wife away.
I mean, that's certainly Lucia.
He's never spoken of Isla's mother.
It's clearly Lucia.
Heartbreak does funny things to your kind. Whatever that woman did, she left a bitter man in her wake.
Hmm. I'm wondering if now's the time to look for some Codex stuff. Try and find it about the place. Because I feel like we're pushing close to the end. This seems to be the last kind of set of main quests going on. I know we're not at the point of no return yet, because that's a quest from Oreo about a precipice of some kind. But we're not getting any more from any of our companions. So I'm thinking maybe it's almost time. In which case, it might be worth getting weight reduction and going for a run, as it were.
The more I dwell on the prospects of repairing the tapestry, the more excited I become.
The experimental piping is working then?
Yes, it is. I've been running numerous tests. And for me, this is a chance to do some actual engineering, away from the Order's influence. Those who cross them disappear in the night. But unless they also have an Ark of Verdance, they can't reach me here.
Norians are really that ruthless.
It was the mystique they cultivated. But who knows how much action they took.
A worrying thought.
That's the problem with secret societies, Bryn. After a while, it's just secrets all the way down.
Okay, so I want my weight reduction stuff. Stamina regen would probably help, but I think weight reduction will do more for us. Yep, suddenly rapid. Can I upgrade any of it? That'd probably help a little bit. Oh, because it's all old stuff. Oh, no. I'm not going to be looking to get into fights. You know, I'm looking to run about real quick. And I want each location clear. So it is as painless as possible. Okay, still a chunk of everything to find. Right, I'll whap open some kind of guide on my phone and we'll start the runabout. Let me just change the YouTube title just so it's a little clearer. There we go. All right. I'm just going to run through a list here. Just because I don't know where everything I will have already looked at's been. Oh boy. Frosty fella right there, but we're good. There was one down that way. It's not that right in the middle that I somehow missed. That must be a chest, surely. Ah, it is. Nope. Chest as well. Oh, that's new. I'm good. I'm good. I'm just looking for codexes. Being lighter is actually giving me a little more up there. Let me see. Let me have a flick through this list. I'm pretty sure I've seen that one before. This is the problem of not knowing. This is not a complete walkthrough either. Otherwise, this list for Glibwood Hollow would have 24 entries, and it has 5. Oh no. Has nobody mapped this out? That's worrying. I guess I just look around then, sod it. We're just going to have to go every nook and cranny. I'm not going to sod around trying to look up bloody YouTube videos while I'm on stream. I'm going to go have a look. At least do a good run through of each location. You follow me all the way around here, you swine. I know there's going to be a couple that are in really funky places. There's the, you know, there was that one that was above that golem's head and the one on the way to that island far off in the distance. There might be some that I have to be at a really certain location to get to. Like really high up or something like that. You're just running after me! Let's see one up here. That helps though. Going to have to be quite diligent. It is something I could do off stream, but I enjoy going through and reading Codex entry things. Enjoy a bit of story time. I'd rarely see that kind of content anywhere, so while I'm not focusing on it 100%, I do want to get it logged, for lack of a better term. Just hear him footing around down there. Hungry for blood. Aha! Okay. Wish I could mark it in some way, but I see it. I'm gonna head in that direction as that is the first one we've got. If I drop and mess up jumps and stuff like that, it's no big loss at the moment. We're not worried about supplies. Doggos, please. This is an exploration mission. We're not here to fight, we're here to move. We'll check this little cave. Nope. Lizards. No codex entry. Goddamn damage over time. Swine. I'm gonna be all down in any of the miasma. Surely not. Right, it's up vaguely in this direction. Some have been inside stuff. That's my only thought there. Be on the coral either, because that damages me. At least I don't think it would be. Now we control the aerolifts, maybe there's something to be said for those. Nope, just piggyback. You all fight each other, that's all good. I'll get it. Okay, they seem happy chomping on each other, so we're good. Now, I've said it before, when a game gets to this point in the end, I really wish there was an option just to complete a side quest that's like, okay, here are the remaining collectibles. Have at it. Because all anyone does at this point is they look up a guide anyway. Again, if I went through numerous YouTube videos, I'm sure I could get it sorted that way. Look there. Huh. Gone through Ice Cave several times now. I don't expect one in there. It'll be in some really, like, roundabout places. That's the other thing. It gets proper fiddly. Can I lift this whole building yet? No. It'd have been pretty funny if I could, to be fair. I could see it. That island in the center, or is it up that way? Try center island first. Something's making the glowy noise. Could be that chest down there. Question is, where was that codex we saw? It was just in midair somewhere. Can't see it now, which is infuriating because I could see it from across the map, so. Just like up in that direction. Aha! Look! What's that? Absurd. Oh, look at that. And route as well. Lively moss comes faintly with magic while warming the hand. Okay, so it'll be up bits, I suppose, that I haven't actually traversed. Okay, let's give it a go. Too far! Yep. Okay, but not dead. Okay. This is doable. Okay, do you go a little above it? Like when you used to in Mario 64, you had the flying hat and you were shooting yourself out of a cannon. You had to just be a little bit above it. Gotcha! Pinstripe gauze. Black, white, and enchanted to echo a snarling sound. Oh, and a chest. I think part of the problem with chests being repeatable is it does make exploration a little more confusing. Because I don't know for sure if I have explored an area or not, because I'm like, oh, I've opened this chest. Have I opened this chest? One more. This is the nails bit. Where, oh where could the last one be? Bloody anywhere's the answer. Up over here somewhere. Yes, it's not quite. There must have been one around on this side somewhere. Oh, careful. I'm good, doggo. We're good. Nothing need come of it. Pretty sure I've been over here as well. It's just a chest. Going to be a lot of my mind racing and trying to figure out areas I have been, areas I've not looked at properly, areas I feel I zoomed past at one point or another. You do it while jumping. Stuff like this, I'm like, right, I have not climbed on top of this thing. Therefore, at the very least, it's perspective. I just climbed on that island and got the other one here. It told me where these fragments were. Again, it's because they're not listed by zone. Some are listed by zone. Why would it say Glint of Hollow 5 out of 5? And then be 23 out of 4? That's confusing. Maybe the website I was looking at did actually know what it was talking about. I don't know. That's not looking likely. Then why would it be listed in that way? Yeah, no, it's the same problem of just going through and reading loads. I wish someone would just pop them all on a map. That would have been way more helpful. I didn't like that one of them. I've just read past it here as the one that way you had to destroy ice. I'll be looking through for hours on end at that rate. Just found 3. Maybe I give a time limit for each zone. I'm having a good time down there. Pretty sure there was one by those stones. Again, sometimes they've been right in front of my face and it's just looking at the area at a different angle. Like there was one there last time that I hadn't seen before. Stands to reason there's one in a very obvious spot somewhere. Ever so slightly out of sight. I reckon there's probably one closer to the start of the level. So I've only really been around that start 2 or 3 times. Just gotta watch out for the big fella. Oh, and again, checking high places. That's the other thing. Ah. Chest. Come on, don't do this to me. Give me a Codex entry. Rat. Feel robbed. I just want the books, game. I'd love the books. Why is it? It's because of all this stuff, right? Where it's not linked by the area. And maybe this would be a small inkling in how... because I'm missing one on the Veil. These have all been the crazy big jumps. Every single one of these has been one of the crazy jumps. Stands to reason that last one would be. So maybe I need to find one near the Veil on one of the maps. Out the Coral Hurt. Coral Hurt. There's one at the base of this coral as well at some point. Look at him stomping through. He's having a great time. Leaving puddles around. Very rude behaviour. Okay, that just pulls around that way. That'll be a little tedious, but I do intend to try and find them. It's more, I'm really hopeful they are not like that one hidden under the ice by that tower, because that's really gonna... That means it could be hidden under just about anything. I missed it. Excuse me, doggos. I got places to be. This seems unlikely, but you never know. Oh! You swine! Listen, I've no quarrel with you. We're good. You don't have to do this. I'm pretty sure that's an ice cave I've already been in, right? Oh, I'm 90% sure it is, but I'm here now. Oh no, absolutely it is. Oh, I should check. I should check! Yeah, because there's a lizard right behind me. You swine. There's always the bit where... down by one of the rivers... What was that? Frost puppers I only fought like the one time. We'll go down that way. I want to know. Just again, I don't want the solution to be what Ubisoft's bloody done over time. Which is sell you a... Here, we'll put all the icons on your map. Just bob us a $5. Now, like, sod off, Ubisoft. But at the same time, just an NPC saying, here, Bryn, I will mark out the rest of these on your map. Or at least, here are the locations you've covered before. That would be the easiest answer. Like, put a little tick that I can toggle on and off for places I've been on the map. You know, that's not then telling me where the new stuff is. It's at the very least ticking off where I have been, though. This was one. Like, we had a lookout here. Not quite. Okay, we're back at square one. You kind of cast that while in motion, which is interesting. There was at one point a cave on this side I hadn't been in either. Is that here? Ah, a particular chest. Just a glowy mushroom. Ah, and there's the actual rest of the cave. That was also chest and a Codex entry at one point.
End of the lifeline, Bryn.
Nope. Gonna be taking a lot of fall damage today. It's also a good opportunity just to kind of take in the vibe of the game properly one more time as we explore about the place. Of the environment itself, the music they get going on. Oh. No, I remember coming down here and being like, there's nothing here. I think there was one either in this little bit of tree or in this log the first time through. Some health potion, please. Thank you. We have seen some really jammy locations just off the side of cliffs. It wouldn't surprise me. I do have to bear in mind this is the first zone, therefore the first place they expect you to explore. So maybe they didn't go quite as crazy as some of the others, but you'd never know. I heard a bit of beepy noise there, but I think it was for a chest higher up rather than something down here. Unlike the bubble where there has kind of physics bouncing me on the tail end of it, it seems a little kinda. Chests. At least as we tick chests off. It'll mean the audio thing is more useful. Pretty sure this was the tower we melted for one before, but... No, I'm... God damn you. Where are you? Gravity for swine. Away. Thank you. Got a bit for her. Throat going, I need a swig of my beverage. Does not feel safe at the moment. Oh, this set a tree in the middle. Halt within here. It's a fancy old tree, maybe somewhere in and amongst the roots. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, it was more of a little shortcut through than anything else. My legs! Speaking of, yes, this was where first ice fella was. There may well have been a Codex entry here, I cannot say. And, oi. Listen, you. Come a long way from this garbage. Eventually. Oh, grab. Huh. The line's back there, but not immediately down. Where's it? Where's it going to meet? Wait, there was no... Robbed. Absolutely robbed. About up here, this could be Vale-ish. Not quite. Nope. Oh, I could double it up. Can I double it up? Not that way. Oh. I went down where there was an elevator near here, right? So it wouldn't be that way unless I just blinded something completely. I didn't go down this way that often. No. Frosty bastard. It's that moment trying desperately not to swear, but nope, they deserve it. They deserve it. Listen, you. I'm exploring. We can be cold later. It's going to be somewhere super obvious. I already know it. It's going to really tick me off the moment I find it. Like that up there. Hello? More than likely a chest, but I gotta know. Rat. Curse you, chests. That looks like it's going to be too high for anything substantial. Yep. Well, game, that's mean. Could be down there by the lake. Surely not. I've been over there enough times. I know there was a little bit up here. Some very angry noise. Yeah, see, this was an old chest that I opened but didn't do anything. Why? Game says no to that bit. How do you know? How do you know I'm up here? Okay, I'm gonna have another flick through. I'm gonna be here forever. Yeah, and then there's looking through all these names and seeing if there's one that I found or haven't found. But then I can't tell because they might have been actually in some of these. It should require even more reading through. Trying to remember. most of these are ticking at like. I remember a burial one. Potentially. Abandoned aerolith, and then there's a few in like the tangles near and around.
I've got you.
Aria, I swear to God. Nope, you swine can absolutely sod it. I'm on a mission. Find the law. Please. Okay, around near the tangles there was at least like one or two. There could have been one I missed here. Son of a gun. Thick tangle, shimmering and deadly, reaching up from the rent earth below. Wild. Alright, next zone then. That should be all of them, right? Beautiful. I said beautiful. You don't get quite as much momentum when you build them, throw them out like that. Two. I don't know, we've only one left for that Trials one. Wherever I find it last, that's kind of the last time I have to look for one that's kind of up, suspended by itself in the air anywhere. The moment that's out of the way, that's going to help. You know, that's going to narrow down the field. This chest. Excuse me. Oh, we were going through here the first time when it was all icy. Bit of a nightmare. Won't be up above it, would it? Ow. That doesn't help. Kind of bolted through the cave the first time. I think I was pretty thorough, but got to be sure. Break all of my legs. What's that book doing? Oh. We'd already grabbed Hiron's letter for another quest, so odd. I assume that's fine and not going to bugger anything. Boulder Vale's another interesting one, because again, it was all covered in ice at first. And how many books could there be hidden inside a house, potentially speaking? There's certainly chests hidden inside the houses. Codex entries, I don't know. Oh, hello, hello, hello. Did I spy with my little eye one over there? Was that just a flame? Might well have just been a flame. Can't see it being inside of the structural building. It's just because it happened once, right? Because it happens once, suddenly the possibility remains. When was the last time I ran through? I mean, Assassin's Creed Black Flag. I really wanted to go around and grab just about bloody everything. I just enjoyed getting about in that game. It was so much fun. Sail all over the bloody shop. I think it was music notes or something as well. Feathers maybe that you ran around after. See, that chest looks like slightly shinier. Maybe the chest, any that are like glowing gold or have that extra gilding? Potentially. You little shit. And again, I'm just looking for 2. Isn't there where a cave was for the story? I swear, because my armor's not as heavy, I'm doing less damage. Could be wrong about that, but it seems the case. Oh, hello, hello, hello. Found one. Beautiful. Rusted brackets. Leverage for the recovery of heavy materials. I wouldn't put another one right next to it behind here, would I? No. So again, that was just slightly up and off to the side. Wouldn't be lucky and have the second one just in Polder Vale somewhere like this, could I? But it's looking like rather than down and in caves and little bits, it's the upwards areas that I've missed. In which case... Oh, hang on, hang on. Didn't go any higher up, did it? There was definitely one in here. Look, that chest is way less gold than the other one. That is no gold at all. Yeah, these were the ones from the shrine where we went for that quest. Oh, Spitfire scumbags. You'll always be wasps to me. Chest again. Nope. Being sneaky off to the side. Doesn't it look like it? And then while we're about, we'll try and keep an eye out for the yellow bricks, but that's a whole other matter. That's something maybe I do in my downtime. The Codex entries and reading the story are one thing. The yellow bricks are going to be way, way more. I imagine less people have found them as well. Just generally speaking. Sneak it off the edge of a waterfall, maybe. Nah, I'm not going to risk climbing down one again. And the back of this gate, maybe. Again, this side of this area I didn't do lots of exploring in. And again, there's always the possibility one is just up in the air somewhere. But that could be on any of the maps, you know? It's not a guarantee. I've just got to keep out for the sparkle. In a waterfall? No, one can dream. Pretty sure I got one on this shrine. Mistakes were made, you silly son of a bitch. Oh wait, we landed. We're fine, Aria, no. We're good. Put me back. Send me back. Whichever stuff has the most. At least it put me on this side of the map. Okay, so I yeeted myself down there. Oh, big line. I'm pretty sure I ran up this last time I was in this area. It's just... island bits in between. There's always a possibility. Get out of my way. Man, it's been a long time since I felt the desire to go running about and find out for myself. Okay, I've not spawned on one of these. Pretty sure I was in that house last time. Just to be sure. Right, tied off again that way. And we had our giant's graveyard. Definitely grabbed a couple here.
End of the lifeline, Bryn.
It's not. Inside any bloody log as well, potentially. How round did this go? It's now just constantly being attention to the sky as well. If at any point it can just be lingering randomly, I just need to catch it in the air. Again, that might not be one of the ones in this zone, but because I don't know. I'm sure we were running here yesterday or the day before, so. Right, there's the big bit up in the middle. Not in all this cart, are we? No, but it was worth a look. I'll buy some of these. Nope. You were just chest, weren't you? Takes me back round to the main lake bit. Right, before I explore there... I think I checked the big middle structure. There we go. Break any chests or open them that I come across if I can. I think there's one on there. Just because it's destructible. Destructible doesn't tend to... There's a chest on it. Then how would you grab it without... Well, you'd climb up, wouldn't you? Hello, bub. Don't mind me. Just investigating all the nooks and crannies. You mind? I remember one underneath this tower. Don't know if I went to the top. I will have done at least once. Was I thorough? That's the question. Just... I wish they kind of attacked you more while you're out exploring. That's pretty great. No way. No way you've come all the way up here. You'd be out on the roof of it. Git. Absolute shitbag. Absolute shitbird. I'm trying to have a glance around while I'm high up. If it is a high up one, I should be able to spot it from up here. Because this is like the whole zone. See on the map little caves and stuff. Oh, absolute legs. Lizard! See, he went straight for the kill. He knew. He knew I was vulnerable. Okay, I'm like 99% sure there isn't one in that building, so... This side behind the shrine, mayhaps? In like a cart or off to the side somewhere. Because I went around deep side into the forest, but maybe it's like some of these broken bits. This cart. Bird! I swear to God, bird. Absolutely on me today. There's a chest I missed. Not impossible. I'm willing to bet it's in Polder Vale, though. I'm willing to bet it's in and amongst all those bloody houses. There was one on that big fella. That I remember. Pretty sure there was one on there. Chest, sadness. Struggle to believe that there was one around this bit. There's the miasma house. Pretty sure I checked miasma house several times though. because I can't see. No way that bird's followed me all the way around here. Wait a minute. Okay, lit that up and then what? Oh, it triggered the aerolift and cleared out the miasma. Well, isn't that nice? I mean, a little late, Gabe. But huzzah, I suppose. Finally seeing it done. Okay, limit here. That's something I could get in by out breaking the house down. Little staircase leading underground? Unlikely. I think I just moved the chest. Get him, friend. Mess him up. While I continue to investigate elsewhere. Is it just me, or is... Why is it glowing for? Son of a bitch! An inoperable pressure vent. Well, there we go. Good. Yeah, all it took me doing was going around the map once. So we're getting there. We are making progress. Bye, bird. We move on. We only hit the pastures. Upper to Neveron, there is 8. This is a tricky one. Because there's so many little intricate walkways and pathways and upwards and downwards and all over the shop in the house. Many a balcony to miss.
Council records are meant to be public. Wonder what else the Eye was hiding from his people.
Okay, well, if we're heading towards the spire at some point. We know there was one of the big jump ones here, so I don't have to worry about that. It's just... here to the bloody things. Hello, hello, hello. Look at that. And it's more how many little bits and bobs are just going to be on top of stuff. I think if I'm spending all my time losing myself within buildings, we're going to get nowhere. I do so much damage when I'm not wearing my good shit. It's very upsetting. It's alright, we're just playing Run, Escape and Fleet. Cheeky. Very cheeky little ledge. I like the idea of finding your capital city in here, and they've explained lore-wise why there's no bodies here. They've explained why it's kind of cleared out. Always like the idea of a bit of a ruin. Trying to picture how it was when it was all built up and in its prime, that kind of thing. And they weren't sliding down. Unless they hide one in a goddamn statue again. Sorry, Aria. Hello, big fella. Don't mind me. Doing some house cleaning. And the gravity bomb. Okay, not any of those. Let's try the wider circumference of the arena. I'm pretty sure the other day I ran around the upper layer, so it's just checking this bottom bit. Stuff like this. Windy windy in between. I intended to find these up rather than down, but I think that's going to be a little more difficult in this place. So grab the health potion while we're here. Please, forward momentum. I deserve that. I deserve that. I know, I'm just ignoring you. It's fine. There was one like down and underneath that I remember getting. It was like literally down there. Yeah, there's a chest down there, but I didn't see a Codex entry. The goal is to just try and be thorough. You're making that goal more difficult if you wouldn't mind. I swear to God. Absolute swine. At least that now easily deals with just about everyone. It still did that at the start of the game when we first got it, but yeah, but you're shit now. I think for the one over there I have to bounce, but I've definitely already been over there a few times. Like, Upper and Everon, ironically, they're all ticked off, which is insane. In which case, there could be bloody any of them. Necessarily recall many just on the top of a random roof, but I've been wrong before. Might be more likely to find bricks. And I'm like certain we have been inside that building and up those stairs like 8 times. I'd be really surprised if it was in there and I'd missed it. That'd be pretty crazy to me. Not impossible. But feels very unlikely. Got light on that one, surely. That little ledge there. Well, I landed where I wanted to go, but no dice. Definitely fought here a good number of times. Oh, and over here, now that I think about it. Right, press on. Yep, back in this bloody tower again. I can't see it, but we're here, but we better check. Like, it'd be really dumb to get all the way through and then have one just be in a corner and never opened. Oh, look, we need to be in here anyway. Right, need a little friend. Back up, please. Because I have no bloody health. Is that all of you? Gumbags.
Records on
Missive discussing possible risks of manipulating the redacted.
across the
There's a stamp marking it low priority. That quest one counted as one. Huh. That throws a wrench in the works. Because if quest ones count, then that's going to throw off all of my lookings. How many more quest ones could there be? Yeah, but if I'm running around a zone, I'm going to be like, the whole time now I'm going to be second guessing. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to be like, is there one more in a spot I just haven't looked thoroughly enough at? Or is there another quest one that just hasn't popped up yet? Let me put the Codex reading on hold for a moment. Just to knock out this quest stuff then. Because otherwise there's a good chance I walk in circles. We will come back and do more then. I've been going nearly 2 hours already with our findings. And to be fair, we cleared 2 zones. Finished them off. That's a decent start. Like, watch this one. There's one in the Bastion, right? In the Bastion we had one more. Let's just make sure I wasn't seeing things, and it absolutely counts.
Last time we went looking for answers in the Bastion. Half the documents were torn to shreds. What else were they hiding behind the
Energy readings, detailed logs and source reactions to various stimuli. Research lines the process tickling.
Across the...
It did count. Sweet Jesus.
There's an entire section on the widening of the Great Chasm.
Okay, one in the Institute then. Where in the Institute? Eastern Circuit of Musing.
That's the eye sick then. Did you know I can reveal the Enclave's secret?
Hello, Surgeborn.
Not that I needed it to pry into the eye's darker truths. Guess you're trying to find another way to reach the source. I'm all for it. We'll be able to speak more easily then.
I'm sick of your voice already.
Such impoliteness is unbecoming.
Oh, don't take a stab at her parents. She'll be very upset. Coral samples, pocket and taken from somewhere secret, brittle of age.
After the search,
Shaped like nothing else.
enchanters disappeared.
Telling you, they are the secret to it all, the coral.
Expedition were sworn to secrecy by the Eye in power at the time.
Okay, let's head back. Again, I assume once we hit the point of no return and there are no more side quests, the possibility of getting any more Codex entries up until that point will disappear. Assuming there aren't any, like, after campaign quests. We also have a couple more entries to read. Let's have a swig of my beverage. Oh, a good number of them. Glintwood Hollow. It's easy to think of the Enclave as a singular space, made up of the sprawling towers of its capital city and the immaculate gardens that lie between them. The self-evident truth is that vast stretches of the Enclave's lands remain untouched. Case in point is the lowland close to our camp known as Glintwood Hollow. Composed of rough rocky faces and wet lowlands, the Hollow is most notable for having supported the elevated trade road that led from the south wall to the capital. Digging deeper, though, its proximity to the way station that now serves as our camp made it much more heavily trafficked than it would appear on any historical record. The Hollow's excess of shady areas made for an excellent place to gather rare fungi, and its regularly replenished watering holes made it a popular stop for wildlife. That popularity, in turn, made it a regular haunt for hunters seeking pelts, meat, and so on. Numerous supply caches are scattered around the Hollow to support those hunters, making it a useful place for our early explorations. Better still, they seem to occasionally be replenished to this day, presumably by the Arks following some decades-old caretaking instructions that still linger despite their hostility towards us. The Hollow seems to have been impacted heavily by the surge. Signs remain of an intensive mining operation in the region. This operation seems to have been destabilised and later collapsed by the surge shockwaves, entirely wiping out both the operation and the mountain roads that would have allowed us further access into the Enclave. More than anything, Glintwood Hollow is a fascinating microcosm of what made the Enclave so unique. These lands were settled because of the danger, not in spite of it. Within them are a collection of the most fearsome beasts and tremendously exotic plants found nowhere else in the Mida. The rich concentration of magic was always presumed to be the source of these rarities. Both the aggression of Arks and wildlife seem unchecked growth of the Enclave's plant life seem to support this hypothesis. The Tangles. Swelling of an eerie, compelling beauty, tangles are a dangerous environmental hazard that must be avoided at all costs. These physical manifestations of raw magic were first observed concurrent with the first sighting of the Vale, and both were thus given their name, in a fit of poetic inspiration. Unfortunately, our Weaver Band's leader, Oria Silverbeak, was badly wounded by a brief contact with a tangle on our way into the Enclave, and our feelings on them are quite as flowery as the tangle's nomenclature. Is that another word for misnomer or something similar, or a name that means what it is? I'll have to look at that later. In the wake of our ingress through the Vale, we can additionally confirm that these localized concentrations are present throughout the Enclave and pose a hazard to local wildlife. Though the ultimate source remains unclear. The corals, Len! It's the corals! While this remains unknown, we generally understand that the tangles are formed from an excess of raw magic, Like a storm front gathers clouds as the temperature drops, they coalesce and remain localized for some time before dispersing. Our working theory is that the Enclave's famed excess of magic which first drew weavers to these lands has been concentrated beyond its natural levels by the Veil. To return to the previous metaphor, it seems to have built up the raw magic equivalent of a human environment. Oh, sorry, caught off guard by a yawn. Bloody hell. Oh, need more sleep. Leading to the formation of tangles, some of which persist at all times. Others seem to come and go, like fog or clouds, only appearing when the conditions are right. Raw magic. Long constrained strictly to the theoretical realm, raw magic is the term used to describe the concentrated gaseous substance that manifests in and around the Enclave, pouring out of pipes and chasms outside of the Veil, from which it freely cascades. Concentrations of raw magic are commonly referred to as tangles due to their superficial resemblance at a distance to tangled lace. Little research has been done on this substance. Oh, got me again. If weavers considered pariahs post-surge, resources are not available to engage in large-scale studies. As a result, local knowledge is best resource available on the effect of raw magic. During the immediate aftermath of the surge, a number of fishing settlements appeared near the eastern edge of the Veil. The founders of these settlements, driven from central Ludea by prevailing socioeconomic conditions, quickly learned not to probe the ever-shifting clouds of raw magic that surround the Enclave's border. Not only are they extremely corrosive, but they seem to have applied significant selection pressure to the local wildlife. That is to say, creatures that live around raw magic are notably smarter and more aggressive than their counterparts elsewhere. They have no choice but to be. Dredge's Mire earned its name with the discovery early in the Enclave's expansion southward from the capital island. This region was once home to another group of would-be settlers from some time ago. While the settlement had been abandoned easily, a century before the Enclave's founding, numerous magical artifacts could still be found in the region, alongside building materials and imported crops that had easily adapted to the thick loam soil and heavy peat. With rising water levels flooding out the original settlement, a small village sprang up, offering services and protection to the dredgers, who made a small, if brief, enterprise of recovery. But shortly after the Enclave's founding until the time of the surge, a remote settlement named Pontervale quietly hummed with industry, contributing nature's bounty to the larger economy for its Loomgate connection to Denevron. And now our main quest juiciness, the source. Attached is a heavily redacted report on the location or object, known as the Source. It seems to be some kind of briefing for Enclave politicians who've newly gained security clearance. The Source is a natural font of magic located deep underground, discovered during the early stages of the Enclave settlement. It was quickly found that objects exposed to it would rapidly turn into surge. Coral-like mineral surrounding it seems to be immune to this effect. There it is again. After several weeks of meetings with high-clearance individuals, it was decided that this natural formation must be exploited. Our highest-performing engineers were recruited from across the Enclave, sworn to secrecy, and put to work to understand the location's mechanics. Bloody hell, my apologies. This work was put on hold once an experiment revealed that the coral acted as an extremely efficient and low-resistance magical conduit. This was immediately recognised as a discovery that would allow the construction of incredibly complex magical artifacts. Now the coral's at the source of it all then. Huh? No pun intended. Thus was the project split into two sub-projects. One, to gauge the feasibility of harnessing the source as a way to access unlimited magical energy. And the other, to harvest and utilise the coral to enhance the Enclave's magical engineering capabilities. Several pages are redacted. Coral was essential in the design and production of our now ubiquitous arcs. We found that as a living mineral, it can be grown and farmed, thus keeping the future in mind. Pilot production facilities were built. The majority of our coral resource still come from the harvesting the original deposits around the source. Another page is redacted. Further experiments are undergoing on the source itself as we expand our infrastructure. It seems to react to energy input. It is not alive per se. It is more akin to a raging hearth. We are close to finding a way to harness this energy. It Additional funding. It's always welcome. It's all about
Hope
the
you're not
coral.
afraid of diving into bottomless pits.
No, not at all.
Hardly. Maybe a little. Why?
Despite the Grand Gates no longer functioning, there is a more direct way to reach the source. By dropping straight down into a rift in Lower Denevron.
You know, last time I wanted to charge into a restricted area, you weren't so sure it was a great idea.
A fair point.
People change. Maybe I've learned a thing or two about calculated risk-taking from you. And the prospect of securing the source makes this a risk worth taking.
With this knowledge and Sev's plan to control the miasma with the aeroliths, I'll get Aurea to call a meeting with the Axel.
Perfect.
Big group meeting.
All right, everyone. Let's give Khan Arteme the rundown.
Using the aerolifts, I can trigger a miasma everywhere they affect above ground.
It is advised that your people remain indoors during this process.
The miasma will flow from the source, which will lessen the raw magic enough to keep Bryn safe while she escorts the Ark.
And how is she going to get there without the Grand Gate?
She'll drop in through the rift in Lower Denevron.
Skies, of course she will.
Don't worry. I've got plenty of experience scaling down cliffs.
And just eating down them.
Once she's in the underworks, she'll stay within the Ark's protective field and follow it to the source where it will fulfill its purpose, to pacify the Tangles.
And what about the Herald?
That's where you're going to need to trust me.
You really think you can do this?
Yes.
When I doubt my own abilities, I just look to my band. Kaz is prepared for plans A through Z. Dharm and Sola have me armed to the teeth. Aurea is going to guide me through thick and thin. Lane knows more about the Enclave than the people still living in it. Arik has brought us into your world, and Sev can control the freaking weather. How can I fail?
Oh, I love her when she brings everybody together.
You've asked me to guide us. Now, it's time for you to trust me when I say, this is our path.
Nice. Speak up for yourself, Eric.
Kenrick lied to us for decades. It's hard to believe anyone who says they're going to take care of the Surgeborn now. But with how open you've been, and everything you've done for us already, you've earned my trust. We will stay and fight for our half.
Huzzah!
Thank you.
Bryn, I'll coordinate with Sev. When you're ready, come see me.
Ah. This be the point of no return, from what I understand. And we'll be fighting the Herald. So does that mean no more side quests? Have I cleared them all out? Let me double check the hold. I want to be sure now. They all seem good here. And you? I figured as much. Go on then.
I imagine you're ready to face me at the source. That's a one question. Truthfully,
Depends on the question.
why do you keep speaking with me?
That's a great question.
Even if a part of it sickens me, I am curious about you. I became a point because I like danger and unpacking the unknown. I can't deny that. Even to my sworn enemies, it seems. No condescending retort. Really?
I wasn't expecting you to tell the truth. That's all. Our battle at the source is sure to be electrifying. I look forward to it. Goodbye, Bryn.
Just completely optional. Have a natter, no achievement pop up, no like that. Just a little bit extra. If you took the time to come back and check. Hey, it's what I do. It's what I do. Alright, so now in theory, right? In theory, 7 left there. 6 left there. Bastion's clear. 6 more in the half. 5 more in the Institute. Oh, some of those areas are big, though. Some of those areas are big. Almost the 2-hour mark. Think then. The goal is absolutely. I'm going to do a save game, actually, now that I'm here. The goal is now to actually try and find all these Codex entries, because there might be a little bit to the game after the point of no return and killing that big bugger, and I'm sure I'll want to get it a couple times to upgrade like my telekinesis magic, so I assume I can go back and fight there. What I'm going to do, I'm going to have a quick bio break, and while I do, I'm just going to have a quick Google of the quest name without reading to it, just to see if my first bit of research I did is indeed correct and it's a point of no return towards the end of the game. I assume it's the kind of game we'll be able to go out and explore afterwards, but we'll have to see. So let me just tippity type into the chat. There we go. Alright, folks. Stretch your legs, refill your beverage. I'll be back with you in a few minutes. See you soon. And we're back. Thank you for your patience. Get my headset back on, so I give us a beverage and make sure you're doing the same. Now, you might say, Barrow, you didn't go back through in Dragon Age and find the over 80 you were missing at the end. That's true. 80 is a very big number. I felt the game had very much run its course at that point, whereas here, one, it's a new IP, and I really want to flesh out the world as much as I can and have record of that. And two, I just love the way they do their Codex entries. The snippets leading into these fuller collections I really appreciate. And to that end, I have found a guide that goes based on the Codex itself. So, I know these location ones. I can go by name using this guide and find them a lot more easily. And I can go specifically on these. I click on this Nations of the Mido one. Oh no. These pages are still a work in progress. Son of a bitch. Even on this website. They've got more of them, but not all of them. But I think if I can keep narrowing it down, it will eventually lead to all the ones that we want in the end. Let's see. First on this list is the High Kingdom of Tarza, which I've got cleared up. Rhineland I do not have, and they have Ceremonial Kindling. They do not have the troop movement one that I have. Oh, so I have one this guy doesn't have. What I don't have is this one called the Plea. So what I think we're going to do, and this might be a little tedious, but god damn it, it's my stream. If you're here for the story, you'll bear with me. Otherwise, next stream we'll probably do the ending and then see what awaits us thereafter. But here, I want to be finding these because I want to know them. So we go with the perch. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to be jumping between levels, grabbing up each of these as we go, darting back and forth. Sorry, microphone. Using the Codex as a guiding point. And when it gets to the point folks haven't discovered anymore, I'll have a run around myself. Now, there may be an actuality where there are some side quests at the end, but that tends to not be the case. In the vast majority of games, there don't tend to be side quests once you've completed a main quest and a point of no return. Maybe a few epilogue bits, but not really going around and investigating the map, as it were. Now it's just finding them. Again, I've got relatively specific points on a map. It looks like this one's just on a door. Too far. Make it open. The bottom end of this building. The big chunky one. There's going to be a lot of how on earth did I miss this? For example, the plea, repent and return to the Temple of Flame post haste. So that already ticks off there. Okay, then the Grand Duchy. Or rather the Calmhaven one. Found the burial. Found battle analysis. Oh, they haven't found the other one. Drat. Donnenberg League I've done. The Undine, they've only got the bottle of sand, which is also the one I've found. Samsaza. They found the Trayloads. They found that one. They haven't found the third. Oh boy. It's not looking good so far. War in the Shadows. They found a list of names in Rune Prisms, which I've got. And that's it. Alright, well, we can do the other one. Wait, that's in the arena. I was just there. I was just in the goddamn arena. See, now my brain's like, how? How did I miss this one? When we were literally just there. Seems to be in some kind of undergroundy bit, or at the back of it. It's all frosty, which isn't ideal, but we'll make our way through quick as we can. If I stumble across others along the way, huzzah, but I don't find that likely. Okay, so up and around a little bit. Vaguely around here, no way. Wild. Absolutely wild. Oh, if some of these are going to be hidden like this, I'm in for a world of hurt. List of names. Many crossed out, but few of a star scritched alongside. Oh. Where would the path naturally lead down here? Okay, there's kind of these rocks that lead you over there, but ain't clear by any bloody means. Man. Okay, that's the last one they have there. Let's go with the Enclave history next. Piece by piece. Again, this is going to take a little bit. I'm in for the long haul, though. I might not be able to get them all till the end of the game. There might be some of these that only get filled out after the fact. Halfsiders is done. Espionage and industry are done. It's international relations next. Where they have a Renland letter and the Undine letter. God damn it. Right, they've got requisition. They've got rosters. And that's it. They've got the leadership dossier, and that's it. Wooden toy they've got, and that's it. If they're going to be really off to the side like that, I'm really in for a world of hurt. They're all ticked off. That's all good. All done. Fantastic. Races are all ticked off. Religion next. Again, I just got my phone over to the side. Okay, the church. They have two of which I've got. Shit. And they have this coin, which I've got. The website's name. Neo Seekers, please. Help me. Okay, magic. If they've simply not got many more, then that's... I mean, it bodes well for how I've been looking around and doing stuff, I suppose. I've got to give myself a little bit more credit. Chanting and strands are already done. Tangles I've got done. Man, they have sod all of that one. I reckon that Surgeborn one might be something there. And if stuff was to be discovered in that final zone, right? I understand it being like 4 out of 5 here, we find it there, but it's the ones that are linked to a location. Yeah, they don't have any more on the magic side of it. The Veil's the last one I've got. And they have the one I found. Hey. Okay. Weavers? Certainly the trial isn't on this list at all. Trial's the only one I've got left. They have a separate section for this trial. I know it's its own achievement, so... might do. No, that's all she wrote. Alright, locations themselves then. Again, because these are all listed by name, actually finding the one I've not got will be a lot easier. Assuming they have it. Oh, they're missing quite a few. Don't have any for Archon's Half. Nor the Institute. Load and everyone they've got mixed coin purse and copper's tools. Of which I have. Oh shit. That is all this guide has on the matter. Oh boy. That is not as much as I was hoping for. Right, where am I right now? I'm in Upper Denevron. 6 to go. And the fact this one was off the bloody cliff. It just leads me to believe this stuff could be literally anywhere. Maybe I have to do less map looking and more literally wandering. And following the natural curve of an area. See if it's going to lead me genuinely in those directions. Because again, it looked like the... Ow. that rock bit that led down off the side was way more followable if I had just stumbled across it. It being icy is not going to help though, is it?
Can't stretch the scry any further.
I know, Aria. But look, there's this tree. Okay, this was all over to that other hidden one, so we know there can't be one of those here. Ticks that off the list. Right, it's something. Yep, eat yourself into oblivion. Don't stand on the ice. You know, sometimes like that last one we just saw in the in Lower Denevron was literally pinned to a door. Feels like it should have been very hard to miss. And yet somehow I did. I don't like this. I hear the noise. But is it a chest? Likely that chest. We're approaching the rise from this direction. I don't recall going this way. Seems ill-advised, but... Oh, nope, we did it. Seems a little more out of the way. Why'd you respawn like this? Why are you like this? Oh, nearly, Bryn. Very nearly. Surely not. Nope, there's a line there. Okay, okay, okay. I want to know, game. I want all your secrets. I want all your Codex entries. I want that juicy, juicy lore. That's literally where I was. Pretty sure I found one on the top of up here. Went in here for a quest, but whether I went in there to be thorough. Evening, AJ. Hope you're doing well, bub. We had a nice weekend. I am on the hunt for these remaining Codex entries. There are 6 more in here. I've gone through a few different websites. None of them have completed guides for it. Some of the Codex entries are behind actual quests to go and find some. But the only quest I've got left in my log now is the point of no return. Which leads me to believe I just need to go out and try and find them. That's what we're doing. I'm in my lightest gear. Now, a couple that the website did have that I didn't. One was just on the back of a door. Great, should have found that myself. Another was...
And I've got you.
One was behind the big arena that you've seen me in a few times, that I've explored several times. There was a cave off the cliff to the back of it. Just hidden in the back of it. Mind-blowing. So, these things could pretty much be bloody anywhere. So I'm a little bit perturbed. But, unlike Dragon Age, where I had about 80 or more left to go at the end of the game, here, I don't have loads. Alright? It's a few in each area. It's just a few. And for a debut game in a new world, I want to discover. I want to get all that juicy, juicy lore. When they can be so out of the way and up on balconies and all kinds of garbage, it's difficult. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed, bud. Fought for freedom. I heard at some point in this past week, Helldivers lost a planet to the Illuminate, like it got black holed or something. And that was a first. Like a planet had not been outright yeeted before. You involved in that? Did you see it? What happened? Oh, I finally made it up here. It's the new teleporter. You might have shot them for insubordination after failing a mission. Now, did you fail the mission because of actions directly taken by them? Or was it a matter of shooting for frustration? Because I have mixed feelings if the latter. Although, from what I remember, there is a lot of shooting teammates, whether intentionally or not. Nothing on this house. Maybe the next house. Gonna be thorough. Gotta keep going. Gotta keep trying and climbing and checking all the buildings. And checking all the parapets of the buildings. And then all the balconies of the buildings. And then the cave system. Oh boy, I'm gonna be here forever. Might find more of those yellow developer bricks, though. That'd be something. I should have made the weather not icy, though, beforehand. Now that I can control the weather. Mind you, this move gets me about pretty quickly. Any sneakers around here? So, is that a world that can be recovered by the Helldivers, or is it just a battlefield forever lost now? I suppose you can't really recover anything from a black hole, realistically, but, you know, they made a map. I imagine they still have the game file somewhere, or the data for said map. Depends how they play it, I suppose. Looking like I'm not going to get lucky with Codex entries up on the biggest, tallest of the highest of buildings, but I have to check. Still a load of balconies and stuff as well. Oh, I got slipped! You son of a bitch! Oh. We're fine. We're absolutely fine. Go away. Check in here. Check under here. Nothing, I say. Nothing! Excuse me. Okay, I remember going through here. Oh. Might just be that chest. However, it was just a chest. There have been a couple of those notes hidden behind ice in the world, which makes it difficult when I've set things to icy. Might be worth going back again and unicing things. AJ, that's some absolutely devious stratagem. On the one hand, I'm impressed by using the pelican to ensure they could not retaliate. On the other, good God. As long as you all had fun. Break that giant statue. Right, nothing there. Anything down off this side? Doesn't seem likely. At least I know if a bit of ice is covering one, it kind of glows a bit. I should probably set all the weather to clear again and then come out and do these. I'm already here at the moment, so I'm just going to have an initial gander. No chest. You've peeved me. No. Surely not. Maybe though. Could be one on here. You don't know. It seems as though all these buildings this high up are a dead end every single time. Nearly yeeted to oblivion, but not quite. Ah, very much caught them by surprise then. Oh dear. There's also the fact I don't know where I've picked up Codex before. If they just marked on... I'm not saying they need to mark where all the ones I haven't found are at this point in the game, though I'd appreciate it. But if they could at least mark the ones I've already got, so maybe I get a general idea of areas that I've already kind of covered. And you, that'd throw me off as well. Potentially. Six left in the area though. Surely I'll stumble across one at some point. It seems unwise, but I've noticed sometimes the little yellow wall that tells me to turn back has not been put everywhere. Probably because they didn't think they needed to? Oh, this is looking a big no. I'm still going, though. Oh, Jesus. We can't go any further than this. This is folly. Utter folly. Maybe along near the coral? Ow. Look! There is a little something over there. Oh, new buggos as well. I'm glad they keep adding to the older factions. Keeps it interesting, keeps it spicy. What are these new bugs capable of then? If it's brought it up to the other factions, I can only imagine. As if there's a chest down here, but no Codex entry. Wild. Why wouldn't there be? Stand on the dangerous rock just for a moment. Okay, okay. Catholic Golem? Beg your pardon.
Don't think we turned into that voice, precious. Not just yet. No, no. Soon. Soon, my love.
as madness takes me. Yay. Definitely been up and all over this bit. Not now, dragon. I'm very, very busy. It's gonna come to the garden, isn't it, you scumbag? I'm investigating the garden very specifically now. It's alright. We can ignore the dragon. I've been ignoring bosses all evening. Okay, any cave. Under this bridge. Ah! You son of a bitch! Top's trying to snipe me with fireballs. Okay, nothing seemingly under this cave. Under this bridge, rather. Under that one. Go away. Oh my goodness, AJ. I'm sure the fan artists are having a delightful time with it all. Huzzah for more variety. Bodes well, even just adding an enemy here and there really does help. I'm sure I was here exploring earlier, but yeah, I've somehow looped back around. Absolutely no way to stop swings coming in with no bloody armor, but we're alright. I need to get rid of the ice more than anything else. I haven't found a single one of these 6 and it's driving me mad. Yeah, I've been up by the steps and the spire, and I couldn't find a sodding one, not a one. I hear noise, but I think it's chest again. Yep, that was a chest down there. We've been down there before. That's a chest as well. I've been over loads of this area. How am I missing 6? Right. It's time to leave and try a different area. Changing it up. Oh, there's so many bits added over time. That's unsurprising, but I'm glad folks are keeping it fresh. There's always people who use a meta, but if you're on average in games seeing folks using different stuff each and every time, that speaks really well to how the game's coming along. Glad to hear it. Broken that statue like 5 times, it's not in there. Take me home. Anybody randomly going to give me a side quest? Lane, surely you can give me all the Codex entries. I'll fill in the one I've got. The Grand Duchy of Renland. An insular nation situated at the mount of the Great Rehand River is a curious beast. It is unique among the Medar nations in 2 ways. It is both a theocratic monarchy and the only region where monotheism is dominant. In sharp contrast to their amidst Alhanda neighbours, The denizens of Renland engage in mandatory worship of the hallowed pyre, from which blazes the fire of creation. Renland's strong focuses on religion and cultural conformity, combined with its physical isolation from much of the Maida, make it a tough nut to crack for any would-be researchers, spies, or of various curious sorts. Outsiders are generally unwelcome the further one gets into Renland. In its heavily fortified capital, Dancast, any deviation from the beliefs of the orthodox branch of the Hallowpire Church is punishable by death or torture. With this in mind, it's not shocking that Renland fared relatively well in the aftermath of the Surge. They were not reliant on the Enclave's magical artifacts, nor were they affected by the localized storms and geological disturbances around the Enclave due to their distance from the Vale. In fact, Renland could be seen to capitalize on the chaos. The Grand Duchy supported and supplied their unruly neighbours in Calmhaven to throw off the shackles of the aggressive Sanhaz Empire, thus creating a valuable buffer between Renland and Sansaz. On the other front, Renland made advancements in their territory in the contested lands on the southern edge of the Maida, pushing back the beleaguered Tazan forces. Now, Renland continues to exert pressure on its neighbours. On Calmhaven, the pressure is to convert to worship of the hallowed pyre, and to pay back their mounting debts. On Taza, pressure is simply to capitulate. Time shall tell whether both or either of these come to pass. Again, the world they've set up is in motion and still going. Bodes well for any other games they want to make in it. Okay, let's... Which area has the least amount of stuff? Let me just clear the weather everywhere. With my magical weather transforming machine. 5, 6, 5, 6. Oh, we're all about the same. Shit. Oh, man. I'm not Googling a full guide. I'm just Googling, is there an item that tells me where it is? Hints, maybe. Just some hints. Okay, we're at the point of like forum threads where people are going, help. Oh my god. Somebody has found a full guide. At some point you've got to trust forums. Oh yep, this is a website I have not seen as of yet. Hi AJ, apart from the fact of mandatory religious acceptance. Oh, don't tell me this guide is going to slap it all on a... And the reigning champion one is going to be left on its own thing. Oh, this one doesn't have any images. It is just text. They're listed by Codex, at least. Oh, some of them have images. Some of them. And they are just listed by region. Okay. Heretic? I didn't say that, AJ. I didn't say heretic at all. What do you mean? What do you mean? It's fine. Right, let's not do Upper Denevron first. Alright, so there's 26 in total. So if I 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, they've labelled some as quest codex. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, Jesus. It's set up in such a way where I'm going to be... It's so hard to follow. Okay, at least they go by the room. No one expects there any an Inquisition. I think they could lean into that in a future game. It wouldn't surprise me. Okay, so... wants me to start at the condensing chamber. But then the next one's in the dark water system. God damn it. Oh, it lists what part of the Codex it's in. Not in the same way, though. God damn it. This is gonna be a nightmare. Just gonna have to go one by one. Again, this is the kind of stream where I don't expect everyone... If you've been enjoying Eternal Strands and you've come at this point and you're just waiting for me to finish, the next stream or the one after, help yourselves. You're welcome to skip ahead. Is okay. But I must find these, or at least make a valiant effort. Brennig. Let's think about this. Okay, there should be one on the left as I enter the chamber. Ah! I only want to read! Okay, looks like I've got the one here. I'm not going to remember off the top of my head. This is the downside of then having a shite memory in accordance to... or at the same time as all of this. Nope. Okay, listen, I just want to read. Yep, you sit down. Goodbye. Doesn't care. Right, the next one's in the dark water system at the top. Okay, that's armor. I don't need to worry about that one. On the disillusion chamber, which is off into the center. We flee. Only if they've finished first, AJ. One has to be polite. Definitely got one up there by that waterfall. I remember climbing up and finding it. Don't you yeet me, game. How was the creature taking damage? I only shot ice wall at it. Okay, the disillusion chamber. There's one on the frozen pump and one on a desk overlooking the pump. Both of these might be had. I don't know where you are, doggos. Did you die in there? Yes, they did. feels like a spot where a Codex entry would have been. Big lizard behind me. I see you. Let's just be chill about this. Let's just be chill about this. On break, you swine. Okay, that's looking like maybe I have it then. Unless it's in there? Just say high up on the frozen pump. Oh. Jonathan Brasset? That wasn't a Codex entry, that was a developer. Absolute swine, hiding your name under ice when I'm looking for Codex entries. How could you do this to me? God damn it, AJ, you're right. I made a pun without realizing it. Painful display. Clearing the pump out at this point. I feel like I would have noticed it by now if there was indeed one up here, but there are weird bits of ice just stuck to the ceiling. I think we're clear though. I can, in theory, always come back. It's not like an area's locked off to me or anything. Look, he's just chilling. It worked out. He's not growling at me, he's just vaguely watching. And now he's off. Hey! Diplomacy. Unless something's just buried in ice, I think that's as good as I'm gonna get. So the yellow brick is literally just a developer insert. You find one and it lists a name. I assume those are developer names. I'd be very surprised if they weren't random names. Eastern Circuit of Musing. Down this way. And they don't seem to do anything. I don't even think there's a Steam achievement for finding them. There might be, but I haven't seen one if there is. But that's even a step above the Codex entries because they're even more sneakily hidden. Last tale. What I'd just say. Platform south end of the large room adjacent to the loom gate. Platform on the southern end of the room. Could have just meant on here. It's not in the condensing chamber. One of the books on here, maybe it was. About the next one. Scout's Journal. Oh, some of them have images. Okay. On like the C of the title of it. Get. doubt it. I think not. In here? No. Okay, I found another one. It was a Guild of Enchanters one, so have that one. Next one's a high ledge just south of the Loom Gate. There's like 2 things going into the air there. Usually door kickers, all I can picture is that game where you literally are, I think it's called Angerfoot, and you literally just kick doors and beat, it's like a first person Hotline Miami. But the one you speak of does not ring a bell. But I do love a game where you can crack on like that. And it just sorts you out for a bit. Okay, it seems as though the one that was here I must have gotten. Because I don't see it. I'm in the right spot. So unless it was moved away, that's clear. Next few quest ones. Right, next to the Enchanter's Way. I've got this first one. Next one's in the Surge, which... that'd be in history, right? That's Aftermath of the Surge. Instant log, I've got that one. This helps. Luckily, they've not just got the name of the Codex piece, they've got which section it fits into. Next one is sketched overview, which I do not have. Okay. No picture for this one. An Enchanter's Way. Cheers. Back at the beginning bit, so I take the Loom Gate over to it. Ow. I do love a pixel art game, to be fair. If you've not shot the match, that sounds about right for such things. Glasstail. Glasstail, please. Be reasonable. I've only killed many of your brethren. Farewell. You're the one hurting yourself. No. Okay, so on the broken bridge near the start, there's the bow. From the bow, head into a cave, climb a wall to the right. Once outside, climb on a cliff to the left. Cave, wall on right. Okay. Then cliff to left. Oh yes, of course all the buggos are here. I see it! Okay, this guy seems pretty solid thus far. Sketched overview. A quick sketches fillet and capturing the scope of destruction. Pretty waterfall included. Aye. Okay, now we go back to where the bow was on the bridge. We're making progress. We're making progress. The surge again. That's staffing logs. I have that one. And we've got rampant growth, which I do not have. Okay, okay. Over some coral in expansion cavern 36. Northwards. Oh, bless you, AJ. You didn't have to. That's very kind of you. Thank you very much. One of these days, I'm going to have to pay you back for a lot of these things. And get you some gifts yourself. Oh, look, right there. Rampant growth. Lightly fed by tangles. So common in the Institute. Excellent. An annotated primer for the coral. Okay, this one's new as well. From that fragment, turn around, enter the small tunnel heading down to the depths. Where's the depths? I'll grab that there. It said turn around and find small tunnel. This small tunnel? Ow. And then it's on some coral in here somewhere. Okay, that is heading to the depths. Ow, ow, you son of a bitch.
This area is...
Have I not been down here? Dharma's never had dialogue for me here. Wild. How? How did I miss a full sub-area? When it's on the map? Quickly passed from novice to novice with accompanying study material. I appreciate that, bub. It's very kind of you, as I say. Yeah. And when I have the means... Now I feel like this is an area I've been in. I remember jumping across these. It's just chests, though. Oh, saved by tree. Thank you, tree. Okay, next on the list. I need to go back to the cave I was just in. God damn it! I shouldn't have. I knew I shouldn't have left. Nope. You're all good. You're all good. Farewell. Let's climb a wall next to a hive. I don't know if the hives spawn every time. I probably want to get high up. Invisible bastards. Finish the coral. Surgeborn. Language 5. Got that one. Then fragments. Got that one. Archon application in military stuff. Ba -ba -da -ba 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 -ba. Got that one. Okay. Canal. Endless coil. Yep. Got that one. Institute. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, we're making quick work of the process. That's all the other ones in the Institute. A clandestine package for the disappearance of what's his name. Where's he gone? Enclave history, that'll be it. Okay, so this one's new. Okay, it is down by the canal. High up. Is the canal where the gate is, or? Should be able to find that. Nope. Goodbye, ghosts. The half is a level I'm more worried about with its free bloody locations, but at the very least we're making good progress. Bit by bit. Okay, which part of the canal? Somewhere around here. It's a place near the ceiling after a bit with explosive canisters. This feels like a bit with a load of explosive canisters. Aha! There it is up there. Oh, I don't know if my kinetic thing's gonna... Oh no. Well, shit. On the right track, though. On the right track. Probably clear out the enemies first. Yeah, it's up there. See why the game wanted you to have that leveled up, but I think maybe a fully leveled ensnaring blast might get me in that direction. Oh yeah! Oh! My legs. Okay, in theory, it all worked. It's doable. Listen, you swine. Shut off. Go and do your magic elsewhere. I am busy making the discoveries of a lifetime. Yes. Okay. Ah. Beautiful. I hadn't even thought to look up half the damn time. Clandestine package. Nondescript packaging, detailed research, clearly intended for eyes outside the Enclave. Well, at least I'm safe up here. Okay. Ways of Spirits I've done. Institute's fully cleared out. Surge, a hidden journal. Ooh. From the Loom Gate, head out, turn right. There are some cliffs. Okay, back to Loom Gate then. Oh, the easiest way to do that would probably be to quickly return to the Loom Gate. Geronimo!
I'm pulling you. Brace for it.
It was on purpose, Aurea. It was on purpose. Okay, we head out, turn right, and then it's a ledge on another side and a cliff to the left. Up there? Surely not. He's out of the way. Once outside, reach the ledge and then climb a cliff to the left. That bit? Oh, it's a fancy chest. I don't think it's that. Could have kept reading. There was an image. That would bloody help, wouldn't it? No, hang on. Reorient myself. Oh, it means up. It means up there. No, am I wrong? As I keep climbing. No, that's hit a limit. There. Look at that, just squirreled off to the side. Mind-blowing game. Mind-blowingly cheeky. It's covered just enough so the light of the entry doesn't peek through. Ooh, clever. Personal notes on projects. Hidden away. Likely juicy. Oh, that's all of them. Holy shit. We're doing it. We're doing it, I tell you. Alright, let's go back to our loom gate and get to the next zone. This guy's working.
That's I've got you.
Okay. Especially now that I'm kind of got how it's archiving information down. That's helping a lot. Okay, Archon's half. They were starting in the prodigious expanse. Okay, double check if we have it or not. Military and defense. Loomgate defensive tactics. Don't have it. Okay. Start on the large platform that overlooks the expanse from the northeast. And then you can reach the highest platform in the room and use lower platforms to reach it. Now I just have to remember how to get there. This, out of all the maps, is the one I get lost and confused with the most. Just again, the 3 levels and navigating it I find quite difficult. Got away with murder. No entry, thank you. Oh, hello. Don't mind me. What would be considered the main platform for said area, though? This? Guess we'll just hide behind that. Fantastic. In the northeast, the large platform that overlooks it. Excuse me, I said yeet. It's up and about this way somewhere. And match up what I'm seeing in an image. Little rock pit up there, but I don't think it's that way. Not that, is it? Might be that. Okay. Nope. Closer. Alright. Ah! Shit. Beamed my head across the whole goddamn thing. A good start. It's cracking. It's a cracking start. Excuse me. Problem with using bubble jump. The wrong way again. Which way was it? Opposite direction. I was going the right way. It's fine. I think I was heading in the right direction though. Nice. There it is. Gate's defensive tactics. Detailed accounts and analysis. Drills are coordinating rapid deployments. Okay, next to the resonance fields. Double check if we need it first. There's one for coral. Don't need. Then one in Archon patterns. Where would that be? Already got that. Lovely. Okay, to the Arcane Foundry. Which means heading to the actual Ark. And it is another one for Maximilian. Sealed tome. Aha! Okay, so I need to head to Axel's Arch. Which makes this easier. But
Hold on.
how fortunate it is we can never actually truly die. Okay, at the top of the spiral staircase located between the Arcane Foundry, the Carapace Chamber, and the Emergence Gate. Alright, big spindly at the top somewhere then. Again, it's the kind of thing where if I was off stream, I could batter my head against a wall repeatedly, but on stream, especially when I want to actually get the story done, it's a small price. Okay, so it's the spiral staircase kind of linking the three of these. directly here. But do it go higher? Ow, ow, ow. It's these bloody magic ones. A plague. Way too much health dealing with you scumbags. Oh, thank you, game. Very kind. This is one of those without an image, so I'm just like... top of a spiralling staircase. Links all free. Hello, Forge Guy. You don't need to be involved. We are all good, mate. I think we're too high up for it. Don't. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking you're going to fling something at me when my back's turned. Yeah. Steel tome. Clearly old but well protected from the elements in its display. Beautiful. Next one's imperfect plating. We got it. And one for the Surgeborn. Cheers. Bloodsplex Spotter's Log. Ooh. Start on the ledge behind the foundry. There's a wooden barrier. You stray into which a glowing area near the ceiling. Ledge behind the foundry. Okay, and then wooden barrier. Stream. Still got it listed as in this zone though. A bit fiddly, a bit fiddly. Nope, Brent, please. Get climbing faster. He's gonna hurl something, I could feel it in my bones. We spawned up here again, you swine. Sod off. Sod off. A wooden barrier. What wooden barrier? Whoa. Huh. I didn't realise I could pick apart the bloody ceiling this whole time. How much of the ceiling? All of the damn ceiling. Adorable that they can hurl back. I'm sure there was an achievement for hurling something back at an Archon, but I'm sure I've done it multiple times and just missed. Well, the ledge behind the foundry would technically be that, because that's the foundry. I've made mistakes. Oh, even bigger mistake. Let me bubble away. Thank you. Wooden barricade. Did not even notice. Sometimes, game. I feel like I'm just a little thick sometimes. I don't know. Some of these seem dreadfully obvious. Ow. No, because now we're back here. It can't mean this way. Back in the tunnel. Nope, that's a different tunnel. That way, wasn't it? It's a chest. There. Oh, thank you, Golden Glow. Sometimes you help. Detailed information on Surgeborn movements and habits. Beautiful. Another fancy chest. Yeah, any of these chests with that kind of gold outline, we've pretty much confirmed those only spawn the one time. And all other chests do not. I kind of wish all the other chests also didn't spawn a second time. I say it would help. Okay, next to the carapace chamber. Got one for Archon patterns. The Surgeborn done as well. Oh, we're cleaning it up. Maximilian. Archon patterns is cleared. That's all good. Guild of Enchanters also covered. Archon patterns again covered. Okay, then we go to the Cauldron. Level 1 on the Surgeborn, that's all good. And the Emergence Gate. Here they need inscribed metal. Ooh. Okay, we go at the gate and we go to the top of a giant archway. Fastest way to the gate, unclear. This way. Run, Bryn! Run! Oh, I don't need to think. I see it. Look, I see it. It's right up there. How did I never notice that? I've been in here. I've looked around in here. I've fought flying creatures in here. Maybe I thought it was part of the environment? That's wild. How am I going to get up there? There's some rubble around this side. That probably helps. A little bit. Forge guy, why are you like this? I want to get more height, so we take the risky maneuver. Whip it! Oh god, now what? I've got a... It's like that game where you used to have like a... It would make an electric buzz. You had to stay inside the lines and follow a pattern. It feels like that kind of thing.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, we just want to... Okay, okay. I don't know about that game. No. Get it! Oh my god. Let the pilgrims who pass this gate unto flame be forever the brightest carriers of its warmth. Okay. Next, the incandescent arch. Unnatural twist, we got that one. Then tenuous filament, we got that one. Coral one, I believe we have all the coral ones. Yes, we do. Luminous, it's a quest one. That was the asylum quest, so I've definitely done that. Manifold. That's another one for the heart. Half, rather. Cheers, Tapestry Hub. Got that one. Aftermath of the Surge. Tazan Idol. Got that one. One for the Veil. This one is damaged flow control. Okay. This one down in the manifold. At the top of it in a ledge. Let death take me. Not quite. Do it! Finish it. Finish it! Look at him getting a fancy move. You didn't even finish it! Come on. Bite me.
Hold on.
Get him stomping over the place as well. Absolute swine. Okay, closest to the manifold would be... I'm at the incandescent arch. Oh no, but this one's like fiddly. It's all over the place. They're luminous. I think that'll be easier. 2 more. Nope. It's in the manifold. The manifold's in the other room, isn't it? Unless it means this one. I don't think so. I think it means the actual manifold outside. Oh, look! Can't fucking believe that. Oh, it's a chest. Never mind. Not quite so easy. However, once one would come up here to grab said chest, why didn't I climb on top? I'm sure I must have tried to climb on top of it at least once. This one's going to be trickier. Oh, yeah. Everybody's saying you need level 3 of the other one. Not at all. Damage flow control. Victim of the surge. Lightly connected to the tapestry. Little fancy chest. All you will make excellent trade supplies. Alright, we've got one more to find in this zone. Exposed magma. On the Archon's half. Okay, I saw someone, like the direct comment underneath the forum that linked this whole guide said they couldn't find this one. Inside the fire cave, just northeast of the manifold. Oh no. Okay, a fire cave to the northeast. I'm about northeast, I just need to find a fire cave. Now, magma leads me to believe that is outside where the flow is actually going. And not necessarily that red bit of cave over there, but... let's not judge until we've fully got a look about. Shut up, Forge guy. He's so pissed. You always want to fight and you've not come to fight. Arrgh! I mean... feels somewhat magma cavey unless this takes me to a new zone. It did. Shit. I suppose this isn't even magma cavey, this is just where this wasp is. You shit. Did you see that? It ledged me. Absolutely. Guard broke, pushed, spammed emote. Absolute scumbaggery. Got one more here. You're not taking this from me. I suppose it'd be easier getting to it from here. I just have to run and go around. Nope. Just northeast. Feel north enough for me. Like, again, this is a magma cave by virtue of wasp nest, not by virtue of actually being one. I want to clear it out because it's a... swine. Right, in an effort to keep things a little chiller. This side must mean this way somewhere. But it has to not transition zone, I assume. Which that does. Oh, I got a chest in here before. Okay, so it's not this way. Go away, lizard. Go away. Didn't look like there was a cave down there. See, these now don't feel... Feels like it should be in magma somewhere. Oh, look! Exposed magma. Keeps it from running free through the wall, I wonder. Was that because I had to take out the wasp nest? And then continue to look after it? Usually when you clear out wasp nest, it's like, right, I'm leaving. I am done with this place, kind of thing. Speaking of being done with a place. Excuse. Boom. Alright. Alright, alright, alright. Bastion cleared. Okay, we've got Lower Denevron, Upper Denevron, and that's it. Apart from any that may kind of come from the main quest. Uh-oh. Shit. Scum. Like, he's give up. Okay, they're starting by the Broker's Arch. I will go and head that way too. This one, raw magic. Ticked off, that's fine. And then the market. Tattered flyer, got that one. And a fallen sign, got that one. One from the High Kingdom of Tarza. Cleared. Okay, Drover's Gate next, which is that one off to the right. Detailed logs on the effects of trade. Of trade. Is this labelled as something else, or... That's one of them bloody trialed ones. It's just detailed logs. We can head over there and just check. Might be the first kind of miss. Large courtyard, south from the sign fragment mentioned above. Yeah, I kind of see where it's at. Oh, maybe I'll come back to this one at the end. Now, I'm going down the list in order. I might as well make sure. It's only in this direction. Free! You piece of garbage. You absolute swine, nature. I deserve this. Hello, flamey boy. Don't mind me. I already dealt with your kin earlier. And we're moving on. Nope, I said we're moving on. We're absolutely out of it. Give me my potions. Okay, so if the Fallen Simon was higher up, then... I should have known better than it being in here, but you know. This one's going to be a little more unclear. So I might actually have it already. It says open a door at a far end. That isn't really a door as much as it is a bookcase. Guess I'm just checking doors. Alright, you freak. Alright. Nope, you're out of bounds. You can't come back. Doesn't exist. They can, apparently. They can come back. It doesn't matter to them. Enemies not bound by the same rules I am. It's graceful. Oh, there's actually headshot damage. I didn't realise this all bloody time. Nope. How many more, scissor boys? How many more? Fire guy, please. Please. You don't need to do this. It just says large courtyard directly south and open a door. And yet, none of these doors seem like they're opening. Without me getting into the market itself. Right, is that going to swap the area? no. I feel like I'm definitely in the market now, though. Where's the fallen sign one again that I'm meant to be using to... Okay, it's right under the top of one of these. It's right up and near where that crafting recipe is. So I need to be getting higher. Question is, how high can I get up on this side of these buildings? Oh, apparently pretty high. Nope. Not that bloody high. Okay, if that fallen shrine is around here somewhere, it would just be to the south of it. Courtyard of a door. And this doesn't seem like a courtyard per se. Unless this door opens. Which it does not, of course. Alright, I think I'll just make a note of this one and come back to it if needs be, because at the moment we're back to running in circles. Fire guy, please. It's not like this. Just want some healing potions. There's no burn with all your books you're finding. Which I say no thank you very much. Healing potion. Alright, let's move on to the next one then. Sod it. The Iron Walk. A plea from the Grand Duchy of Redland, which I think we already covered, yes? Aye, that we did. Custom order on economy and industry. Sorted. And the Tattered Mantle next, which is near that starting point. Espionage and intelligence. Cleared. One in the location. Which is Curious Mark. I do not have, okay. Small balcony high up on the side of a building, just underneath like Tattered Mantle as a word. This direction. Off we go. Grab some potions as we go. Keep ourselves healthy. Bloody Spitfires. Wouldn't be that balcony, would you? You wouldn't do that to me, would you, game? Where'd he go? Get bird. You come back here. Okay, so there should just be a small balcony I'm looking for. But ain't that balcony. I think I need to be a little bit more south. To indicate the one I'm already at. It depends how the pictures are. Oh no, yep, I can't read. Whoop! Don't fall through the earth, please. We've come so far. Could have been that balcony. Can't tell because everything's on fire. And there's a tree in my face. Alright, definitely not that balcony then. Ah! Again, I'm sure I've gone past this one half a dozen times. I have so, like, that's that big waiter there. Maybe I just never turned around. I always headed out in that direction, just never turned around. A winding symbol, crossed and dotted in a way that suggests a quick visual code for the enlightened. Okay, now towards the perch. That's all the lower than everyone one, so I don't need that one. One for the ways of spirits. Already cleared off. Sansar's Empire. Waters, we got that one. Aftermath of the Surge. Ba, 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 ba. The Wooden Toy, we got that one. Lower than everyone, we've cleared all of them now. Yep, 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 yep. On the Three Sisters. Dockmaster reports in economy and industry. Done. Done and brag. Done. Graded glasses for Ark of the Gods. Uh-huh. Okay, that's in Three Sisters. They're one of the others where it was an alley. Small, close set of buildings I'm looking for then. Let me get high up and look down. More potion. Ah, this was where all that forged stuff was as well, wasn't it? Ah, I was looking around in here for ages. Can't be in that dead end then. Get a little higher. Okay, that way just goes straight to the market, so... Find out, you beastie. Somewhere in the backs of these buildings, then. You say I am fed? Excuse me? No, no thank you. I'll have none of that. Hiya guy, mind your own sodding business. Ain't got nothing to say to you. Oh, sod off and do one while I find my books. Maybe I'll read a story to you. Don't mind me, I just lose it sometimes. I'm out of Three Sisters and I'm down near this chest. I feel like I pushed too far in the other direction. Oh, damn, interrupts while I'm... Remember, you are not wearing your heavy armor. You are susceptible to being murdered. Get bagged. Look how far this Three Sisters bit actually stretches on, I suppose. You know, sometimes I'd like to land without bouncing. I'm pretty sure people don't tend to bounce. These certainly feel like back alleys, but... Okay, these three kind of entries all match each other, but the other ones I have. Three Sisters is actually the districts going up and above there without quite meeting Weaver's Rest as well, by the looks of it. But I actually need to get a little more north. Like, all of this is Three Sisters. Sorry, Bannister. Unintentional vandalism. We've done lots of that, so it's okay. Try against the wall first. I've certainly been up here before. That's a gold chest been opened up.
Can't stretch the scry any further.
Oria, don't do no! Oh! You just pushed me back. That feels like the first time that's happened. Oh, so there are so many other times, game, where that could have been the answer. Why? Why? Oh, I found it. Oh, my good man. It's over for you. Here, construct. Fabled friend. Braided grasses. Several varieties of hardy desert grasses treated with some kind of preservative resin and woven into an arc-like shape. Beautiful. Alright, towards the undergreen, which is down by that bit. This bit I found sod all in. I really struggled to find anything in the goddamn undergreen. A letter of complaint from the Guild of Crafters. Sorted. There's another trial here. Three small islands south of it. Well, shit. Now, this is another one that says I need this kinetic stream here fully leveled and upgraded. But I've bubbled before. It might need it fully leveled and upgraded. I'm a stubborn mule of a man. I intend to find out myself. Aha! I see. I think I noted these before. But, with my bubble and no weight, if I aim it properly and don't just yeet upwards but yeet across, maybe I can grab the tree. Okay. Oh, yeah! Level 3 cloak outfit. Not! Just gotta land it. Just gotta land it. Beautiful. Didn't need it. Faded as goes. Gaze? Gows? Whispering with the sound of waves and the chitter of dolphins. Awesome. I'm glad I was able to just do that. Whether I can get back again is a different matter entirely. Alright, let me check for the next ones. After Math of the Surge. What's this one? Vigil Lantern. Ah, it's new. Behind a tree on the southern edge. The undergreen. So, actually vaguely in the direction I'm looking. It should be, unless it's on one of these islands. Don't fancy getting back here again. I mean, we've just shown that it's very doable. Barely doable. I'm gonna have to go on the coral. Okay. It's not ideal, but we survived. Okay. Tree. Marvelous tree. Don't know which tree. Sneaky bastard. Look at it, just nicked it. So if you were just running around, you'd have to... Maybe I'm just an idiot. That's what it is. A morning lamp, carved in the Kanhanda style, keeps one company before dawn breaks. Okay, Weaver's Rest, an ocean map for the Undine Federation. Which we absolutely need. On top of a tall tower. Right, we head back up to Weaver's Rest then. Wrong one. My legs! Hello, excuse me.
Do pardon me, I'm coming for you, don't you mind? Oh, well, a good old chap. That seems to be the tallest tower in the area. I assume it means there.
Living Flame Boy. I've never seen one actually fighting me in the street. I suppose it's on its way round to the market. Where's that tower gone? Too many trees. Hey! Oh, look right there. Never as far as I think. Shipping lanes dotting the Maida, sorted by haulage rates. Okay, another one for the Guild of Enchanters. Sorted. I mean, to be fair, I did get a lot of these myself. I did. Oh, wait a minute. We're done! Okay. I think there's only one zone left now. Spicy. $24, $22. Upper Denevron. The rest are all done. Upper Denevron then. The scumbaggiest of them all. It doesn't quite have the alleys of the last place, but even so, it... We've actually found all of the stuff here, technically speaking. I'm swigging my drink. Need a bio break soon, but so what I'm going to do, we're going to find the rest of them in here, the remaining 6. Then I'll take a bio break, and then we'll do some reading for all these different Codex bits before we end. And that'll set us up nicely for the final stream of, well, what might be the final stream of this tomorrow. It depends how much game is there after that. I know I want to kill the purple bad at least a couple times to fully upgrade my cape, because why not? Right, the Atrium of Champions. List of names, which I think was one we just found, right? War in the Shadows, that was... Where was that? Oh, there. Yes, it was. Okay, then to the Broken Arch. Quest 1. Envoy's Landing for International Relations. Where is that? There's someone listing international relations. Oh, there we go. I'm an idiot. Sansa's letter. On the top of a spire, large spire next to the broken bridge in Envoy's Landing. How many bridges did I climb? I've been in this place twice already this stream, goddammit. This one's going to send me. I can tell. The ones in here, when I've already been here several times today, that's what's going to really tick me over the edge. I will say, when this game is done and finished, I think there'll be a slight break from streams while I just try and set up Twitch and get that streaming pattern actually going. Make sure it all works on my end. Make sure I've got the account and the page and all of that jazz set up proper. The sooner I get it done, I may come back and do some, a bit of Space Marine 2 maybe, a bit of Remnant 2 again. Or maybe a very short indie game, mayhaps in the meantime. But bare minimum, right, bare minimum is to hit Monster Hunter's launch on the 28th. I mean that tower. It's one of these two towers. Not this tower then. That tower? This one just says on the top of a large spire next to the broken bridge. Unless it's on the level underneath. Which I might as well check now that I'm down here. Just now that I'm down here. Nay. Not just a big one, that's fine, is it? Yep. And we keep on climbing. And then we're climbing some more. Oh, I hear a tingle. Could it be? Why? Why, the number of roofs I've climbed for it to be... Regarding delayed shipments of magical lightning for Sansa's largest palace. Magical lightning for the Empire, my goodness. Those douchebags. Don't you take all the lightning? I just can't believe it. Of all the buildings here I've climbed, this one, of course, this one that I didn't climb. It's keeping track of such things. That's where it gets me, especially when it's the kind of map that opens out. It's not like it does the Diablo Fog of War kind of fading away as you go kind of thing. Which is, it's difficult to do that kind of thing when you've got elevation going on as well. There's no easy answer to this thing, just me going... Argh. Okay, next on the list. Got more envoy letters. Undine, we've got Renlands, we've got... Rennigs. On a high balcony behind the large building in Northern Envoy's Landing. What, that thing? On the balcony behind it. Are you taking the piss again, game? Can't bloody believe it! Oh, I beefed it. It's alright, I take it back, game. I'm loving you, I'm loving you. It's just, please. I'm only a geographically challenged fool. Any behind a large building? Son of a bitch! No means of access, no means of crossing, just maybe you looked... I've gone around the back of this a few times. Would that I looked up only once to see, oh, hang on, there's a balcony up there, maybe I could... A gently worded complaint about maintenance and upkeep costs for the Enclave's weather calming devices, placed along the Maida's shipping lanes. Right, the Guild District. There's one for the Donnenberg League. We don't need that one. One for the Guild of Crafters, which I think we're sorted. Aye, that we had. The Devron itself, which is fully cleared. Okay, then Hallowpire Rise next. I think we've got all the ones for the church. Yep, that one's done. That's all of them. That's that one. That's that one. Some annotated plans for the war in the shadows. Got those ones. Sansar's Empire. We have the Silver Star, an account. Ooh! On the lower balcony of a large building below the cliff in southwest Hallowpire Rise. Okay. How on earth do I... This way. Just a... Ooh, that break your arms. Oh, Bryn. It's a good job she's strong. You rob me of it. There we go. Oh no, gotta actually trigger the explosion. Ooh, so you can kind of combo them. Not really, but kind of. I'm running very low on potions. Ooh! Put yourself in peril. Nearly there. Gonna have to find some. Nope, they know. They can smell blood. They know. She's weak. Run her down, they say. Say nay. Not done yet. We're so close. We're so close to the finish line. I won't have it, I tell you. I was aiming for them. That's okay. Only get the one, that'll do. Alright, where was I going again? Lower balcony of a large building below the cliff on southwest. Below the cliff? Who has a building below the cliff? It's not a building. Is it that building? I was here earlier, game. I was here. I walked across this, right? I did that, right? Maybe I just saw the rocks and... Somebody rewind that footage. Somebody rewind that footage and, like, notice me absolutely blind this whole thing. Story of a bloody coup that defines Sanha's politics to this day. Ooh, spicy. Right, over to the riverside. An Upper Denevron one, which again, we are clear. Seven Mantles one I've got. Don't need Kinetic Stream. One for the Undine Federation, which is... Federation Spire. At the top of the tallest tower in Riverside. What, another one I just didn't end up climbing. Send me there, game.
Hold on, hold on.
I'm hoping that loom gate is close. If it's not, we just teleport over. It's alright, materials. It's okay. past the point now. Oh, fantastic. Right, highest building in this place. Maybe this was when I gave up trying to climb them. I didn't realise weight was a factor yet. Hadn't experimented well enough. It says tower, not building, technically. If these are all buildings, does it mean that Goldie Tower? So much damage to your bones. I'm going to assume it means that tower. Bad, 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 bad! Hello, Spitfire. Scum. Taking advantage of my frailty like that. How could you? Opportunistic wasp bastard. I hear a tingle. I'm pretty sure I even climbed this earlier as well and just didn't continue. Oh, woe is me. Absolute numpty. How many is that now? 3 left. 3 left, and that's all of them. Absolutely all of them. Every map done, gutted, cleaned, sorted. Don't you tell me I went around the edge. It's just in the middle. You can't leave documents in the middle floating like this. Oh, it's the spire itself. I stand corrected. The ring and tower. Grudging compromise, emblematic of Undine unity. In more ways than one. Alright, Scholar's Walk. Let's have a look. High Kingdom, already got it. Fantastic. Renland, already got it. Politics and leadership. Already got him. Very good. See, I did loads of the work. It's okay. What everyone got? War in the Shadows. What are you? Not Guilds and Organization. You're on Nations. Yeah. Shimmering Prisms. Already got. Politics and leadership done. Right, then the Verdant Gardens. Okay, Conquest Memorial. In the Verdant Gardens. Just above the statue of Oria's mother under the pavilion. How is this possible? Into that one. Ooh, angled a little poorly, but somehow we made it. Very kind game. There's Oria's mother's statue. Oh! You little scumbag! Oh, that irks me. Absolute bastard. We're nearly there. It's okay. It's okay. We're in scouting gear. We knew this was going to happen. It's alright. We're nearly there. Anyone who has actually sat along and watched this ridiculous and wild adventure of just finding codexes today, let alone all of Eternal Strands, thank you very much for your time. You've enjoyed me rambling along. I'm trying here. There's still an element of struggle when it comes to streaming, finding my footing, finding my words, whether to focus on the game at hand or just start rambling and wobbling without any cohesion, but it's appreciated very much. Just above the statue, under the... It'll drive you mad if you think about it. It'll drive you mad. celebrating the merging of the Providence dubbed Onland into the Empire. One Codex remains. Sealed tubes. Drop down into the miasma southwest corner of the gardens. You alright? Be quiet, dragon. I absolutely looked over here. Are you what? Dragon? He climbed out. That's wild. You're a madman, dragon. Absolute madman. There. Just a little bit off to the side. Just a little bit. Oh, and the drop's there.
I've got you.
Never said it'd be easy, did they? They never said they'd give you it for free. The dragon knows, oh, it's your last Codex, is it? Hey, I'm gonna body you back and forth. Throw you around the map. Can you tell I'm a wee bit? I'm just a wee bit on edge, just a tiny bit, just the tiniest bit. I'm way too close on this side. Away. Nope. Absolutely not. Well, at least the dragon's gonna leave me alone this time. Is that my body still burning over there? Yes, it looks like it. Ear tubes. Airtight, wax sealed, and filled with rolled fabric. And we're clear. Extraction. Holy shit. Now, unless there are some of these that will require quests in the main quest to finish off, we have all but one. Because that requires felling that great foe a few times. Also, there may be another zone with the whole source. Let me pull up that guide again. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Okay. I do not see a name on this list that I do not recognize. I quickly just checked the pastures place as well. They've listed free. I got free while I was there. That's all well and good. Okay. Put my pants back on. Very good. Nobody wants to talk anymore. We've all exhausted Oliver's dialogue, by the looks of things. Alright. Now I can do a proper save again. 41 hours. I'm gonna do. I know we're about 4.5 hours in, so I'm just gonna take a much needed bio break. Let me just typically type that into the chat, and then we're gonna come back. And do all these Codex entries. Alright. Stretch your legs, refill your beverage, get yourselves cozy.
Not to mention its upcoming
Dom.
journey to the source.
Who wouldn't want to see their vision fulfilled, even decades after she'd conceived of it?
Never get any bloody privacy. I just want to go and take a piss and they're all nattering on. That's what this area's for. There we go. Oh! Now that there's nobody at the scry right now, I imagine that would be foolish. Alright, stretch your legs, refill your beverage. I'll see you again in just a few minutes. Won't be long. And we're back. Thank you for your patience. Now, hope you've got yourselves all nice and comfy, because it's story time. Flap it on the background. See if I can knock you to sleep. As the goal. To be honest, most of the times, long-form streams like this is what I tended to listen to at night. Help me go to sleep. I've had it told to me that my voice is somewhat soothing, and I'm not screeching like a lunatic. So let's see. What's the damage? Holy shit! I think we'll leave the disappearance till the end, because I think that one will be more interesting. That and the Surgeborn and the Veil. We've got a lot to get through. We're reading a full audiobook. So let's get going. Calnhaven Damask. Suffering underdogs, fierce rebels, pawns in a game of nations, a pivotal force for change. All these terms accurately describe the fierce rebel clans inhabiting the former Sansaz Empire's holding of Canland. Sensing the gaze of the Empire shifting inward in the wake of the Surge, clans of this rugged mountain culture declared their independence, renamed their nation Calnhaven Damask, or Calnhaven for short, and fortified, against the impending retaliation, all while being quietly bolstered by mercenaries and supplies from a suspiciously affable Renland. After a decade of feints and skirmishes during which the Empire reclaimed much of the lowlands but failed to progress into the mountains, an armistice was negotiated. The Empire has never formally declared peace, nor recognised the authority of the elected clan leaders known as Adalrads. But the violence has come to an uneasy halt, with both sides knowing full well that they cannot advance on the other without suffering heavy casualties. Since their independence, Calhanders have had to reckon with the political realities of having very few allies across the Maida. To everyone but their Renlander neighbours, they are too controversial to support. Though the Sansaz Empire may be diminished in their ambitions post-Surge, they are still like to lash out at any who provide succour to the beleaguered mountain clans. In the meantime, the Calhanders try their best to resurrect their culture. Most was intentionally destroyed or otherwise undermined during the Sansaz occupation. Calhander scholars remark with bitter humour that the only words with which they can describe themselves are the words beaten into them by their colonisers. The Calhander word Damask translates roughly to judge's rule, and Aldrad's primary role is as interpreter of the law. Sansaz Empire. By the Sansaz Empire's accounting, they are the pinnacle of civilization. According to their tales, the Empire was forged from a strong union of powerful kingdoms united in purpose and culture. The real history, of course, is significantly bloodier. With neighbouring kingdoms subjugated at the tip of a blade and the cultures of once independent lands intentionally wiped out in favour of the Empire's hegemony. The history of the Empire may be one of conquest, but its expansion came at the price of regular war with its neighbours, and regular internal strife as its component states chafed under the weight of conquest. Perhaps paradoxically, the Surge was a surprisingly positive moment for the Sansaz trajectory. While it directly led to the rebellion of Calnhaven and a brief and bloody coup in the capital, it also triggered a wave of pro-unity sentiment throughout the lands, tightening the Empire's social and cultural fabric. In recent years, the Empire's expansionist ideals have somewhat waned due to the influence of noble houses whose ambitions are aimed inward. However, the long peace still chafes for many. With Donnenberg to the east rising as perhaps the next great power in the Maida, it remains to be seen whether Sansaz can recapture its glory days. War in the shadows. For now in a century, the general perception of the Enclave was that it was a cornerstone of peace across the Maida. But from a deep dive into documents recovered by our point, it's clear that this impression was a carefully woven facade. Beneath the alleged neutral grounds of various embassies roiled a steady battle of espionage, intelligence operations, and numerous double and triple crosses, all carefully camouflaged, of course, but when exposed to that light by careful examination, patterns appear that would make an Undine seneschal blush. Here we have detailed documents and enchanted prisms capturing visiting dignitaries in untoward, if highly creative and acrobatic pursuits. Their detailed plans for every back corridor, dropped eave, and habitual unsecured window, perfect for a break and enter or an assassin's path. Of note, a collection of what appeared to be seat covers carefully preserved with annotations of specific names, all apparently very high up. Elsewhere, training plans for a Carla to learn to track and attack someone by scent alone. Yeah, you could have animal companions one day. Most damning, of course, is that any number of the elements found by our point, and later recovered over our expeditions, suggests that the officials in the Enclave were just as involved in their foreign contemporaries, using blackmail, espionage, and more to ensure their secrets remained secure and their neighbours pacified. These details and more are an important reminder that the Enclave, despite carefully curated appearances, was not necessarily morally superior over its contemporaries. It played the same game as everyone else, and until the Surge, it seemed to be winning. The Church of the Hallowed Pyre is a religion that venerates the First Flame as a singular motivating entity. Primarily based in Renland, the church has surged in power and influence in the Western nation since the Surge, with their formerly tolerant stance on magic and weavers eroding to disdain and later outlawing magic in the nation as the church tightened their control. Within the Enclave, however, it is obvious that the church was once on friendly terms here, boasting a large, if now ruined, church in the upper reaches of Denevron, and it seems a pilgrim's destination deep under the capital. The implications are staggering. Only truly influential individuals would have been permitted into the Archon's half, suggesting that only the highest-ranking clergy would have walked that pilgrimage. In turn, that would imply that the Hallowed Pyre was once considered the Enclave to be a holy site, far, far cry from the disdain they now hold. The first time I saw a Hallowed Pyre adherent, I was walking with my mother by a canal in Varentia. They weren't unheard of, but being as far as we are from Renland, they certainly weren't common. This particular member of the church was dressed in what appeared to be scorched rags, sitting on a street corner. I remember him carefully watching the faces of every passerby, perhaps looking for some sign of something. I didn't have to wait long to find out what that something was. When our eyes met, he rose to his feet and pointed a blackened finger at me. What happened next I unfortunately do not remember well. There was a commotion with a lot of yelling. Bystanders had to get involved to keep him off me. My mother later told me that he was accusing me of being a weaver, carrying upon me dangerous reticle magics. She told me not to worry about it, since us Udines didn't bother with that kind of thing since the Surge. What I do remember very well is that on that day, I was thinking of what I might want as a gift for my 8th birthday. Now, 2 decades later, I find myself travelling the Maida in a weaver band with exactly the sort of people that my mysterious assailant thought I might be. I suppose I am, in fact, that kind of person now. One unexpected gift. International relations. The Enclave may have been a territory built for and by weavers, but it had no qualms about engaging in international trade and diplomacy with the rest of the Maida's nations. A number of letters gathered by our point Bryn illustrate this. The technology pioneered by the Enclave's engineers was in high demand prior to the Surge, and through this demand, the Enclave exerted a large amount of soft power. An excellent example lies in a letter from one of the Donnenbrig's envoys, attempting to raise a discussion about upkeep costs of the Enclave's weather-calming devices. These were dotted along the Maida's shipping lanes, and allowed the seagoing nations, primarily Undi and Donbrennig, to build cheaper, faster, and less resilient barges. However, as the letter shows, these devices required costly upkeep, and it is clear that the Enclave treated this as a means through which to extract profit from its neighbouring nations. The Enclave also seemed to be interested in acting as a neutral peacekeeping force. They have obtained letters from Renland envoys harshly rebuking them for suggesting that peacekeepers be deployed to the contested coastal lands between Renland and Tarza. Given that these lands have essentially now been rendered unlivable as a result of decades of back-and-forth struggles between the two nations, one must wonder whether these theoretical peacekeeping forces may have had a positive impact on the region's stability, or whether they would have executed on the potential expansionist ambitions of the Enclave's elite. We'll never know. Lower Denevron was the thrumming mercantile heart of the city. Caravans steadily made their way in and out of Drover's gates at the height of the Enclave's power. bringing goods and services along the roadways and bridges spanning the area between the city and South Wall. Nearby docklands also contributed to the area's bustling commerce, linking Denevron to the shipping lanes of the Mida. A rough and tumble place, Lower Denevron lacked the spires, carefully manicured gardens, and other assorted infrastructure of the upper city. Though several primary and secondary sources make it clear that the people who called this area home were very protective of the space under the highway known as the Evergreen. The secluded alleys in this area provided an escape from the sun and prying eyes in equal measure. From a researcher's perspective, it is a crying shame that a large portion of Lower Denevron was destroyed during the surge and its aftermath. There are several historical significant gatehouses on my pre-surge maps that would have contained some tremendously interesting financial ledgers. Alas. Outlane, always looking for more intel. Military and defense. Unlike most nations in the Maida, the Enclave focused on a small but elite military presence. Enclave troops were career soldiers, and to a person adept with magic, giving them an outsized impact against larger forces. This standing elite group left the Enclave with virtually zero need for conscription. Geography played a huge part in the ability to effectively protect and police the city-state. Those areas away from settlements were naturally dangerous within the Enclave, and the mix of stern terrain to the south and water as a defence to the north meant that the Enclave could quickly move to repel any attack or raid should they come. The small size of the Enclave itself also meant that a small centralised force could quickly deploy, eliminating the need for larger, distant garrison. And that size was further reduced by the loom gates, which allowed for rapid deployment of both Weaver strike teams and Archons, ostensibly repurposed for military applications. One source explicitly detailed protocols woven into their enchantments to respond to crises with force if needed. It's possible those fail-safes are responsible for the blanket hostility we've faced. In truth, though, a large concerted invasion by any of the nations around the Enclave would have crumbled its defensive. But attackers would pay an exceptionally high cost in the process, and the mobility and effectiveness of even small units of Enclave troops would create absolute havoc with any battle plan for a maneuverist approach designed to sap morale and shatter physical cohesion of any invading force. The necessary slow, cautious invasion caused by those tactics would in turn give other nations the chance to offer and enact aid to the Enclave, which could prove disastrous to any invading force. Almost a mutually assured destruction scenario. And that other force could just go and attack another country as well. I'll leave these free till the end. The aftermath of the surge. For someone born long after the surge, it is difficult to fully comprehend the sheer scale of the fear and chaos that engulfed the land in those dark days. Even when adhering strictly to known facts, difficulty remains. It is simply impossible, in many cases, to know what is fact and what is fiction. What is an undeniable fact is that several decades ago, something happened in the Enclave, and a very normal and mundane day across the Mida became anything but. A vicious wind, a mighty roar heard by all, and in an instant, the magical devices we depended on in every aspect of life came our doom. In Udea, the ships rebelled against its the sea rebelled against its masters. Fleets were swallowed, dashed against the reefs, or simply vanished. Dombrenig, to our north, suffered isolated incidents. The entire port city was frozen, thousands dead in an instant. Taza, reliant as it was on the Enclave's weather modification devices, was overcome by sandstorms. Really, these just the peeks behind the curtain as you find more of these fragments. I absolutely love it. And it builds this world that they can play with for future games, I hope. To the far west, the Grand Duchy of Renland found itself relatively unaffected. As the home of the Halopire religion, its theocratic manoeuvring kept it politically and technologically distanced from the Enclave and the disasters wrought upon the land. And more importantly, its enemies on the northern coast of the Mida allowed it to spend resources on supporting the Khanlanders in their bid for freedom against Sansar's empire. Khanhaven's armies were thus able to push east and create a buffer between Renland and Sansar's most bitter foe. Around the Mida, regardless of distance from or damage caused by the surge, one constant emerged, a vicious hate for Weavers. It was clear that something in the Enclave, our home and meeting point, had caused this to happen, and many, whether sincere or simply politically manoeuvring, treated it as a deliberate act of sabotage. especially when it was deemed to have caused the deaths of politicians or otherwise powerful figures. We were pariahs at best, and at worst, we were actively hunted. It is, after all, convenient to identify a scapegoat. Violent treatment has abated over time, but Weaver's still firmly disliked by most. As the Undine Federation's economy was devastated due to the destruction of our trade fleet, we found ourselves in need of aid for the first time in our long history. Tom Brennig, our rivals across the sea to the north, suffered far less than we did, and magnanimously offered aid. Though it came at great damage to the pride of our political caste, the offer was accepted, and to this day, flying the Dombrenig flag ply the dangerous waters between our nations, bringing everything we cannot grow or build ourselves. Indeed, Casmin, our quartermaster, salt running through her veins from her experiences assisting in the Undine relief efforts, though I suspect her time spent on the water may have affected her in ways she has yet to understand. It is important to note, also, that the Undine relief efforts function as somewhat of an initiative to employ Brennig's sailors to keep Undine privateers from controlling the Maida, of a multi-layered purpose, and what some would say compromised motives. One must consider the question of why the living conditions for Undine nobles were restored so rapidly after the surge, while the state of affairs for the poverty-stricken remains dismal. A dangerous question indeed. There are some places even I fear to tread. I think Casmin might be upset by the answer, given her years of service in the efforts. So what happened beyond the Enclave's walls is relatively clear, but within? Until we breached the veil and met the half-siders in Castin's hold, it was assumed by all that everyone in the Enclave was long since deceased. We were in contact with one person who lived through the surge. Unfortunately, he is less than forthcoming. However, as the populace of the Enclave was generally highly literate, we are fortunate to have a wide range of first-hand accounts available to us. So in lieu of arrogantly providing an interpretive explanation of the events following the surge, I will let the survivors of the disaster speak for themselves. This excerpt from a metalworker's journal is illustrative of the experiences of those who lived in Denevron immediately after the surge, even as the world fell apart around them. We were all off today for morale, so we're in a rented room looking over the tattered mantle, despite everything that's been happening and the state of the emergency and all that. Still technically my day to look after the kid. I've left her in the able hands of the creche across the way. It's just the three of us, no distractions. Toya's been nagging me for weeks to join her above the tavern, saying she's got some sort of wild idea. I wonder to myself if it will stop us from rehearsing. The wild ideas usually do. This time, though, I'm willing to listen, because she's brought a strand from a sledgeworm, and what's more, she's strung her bow with it. Haven't heard of anyone doing this before. When I ask her where it's from and if it's dangerous, she just grins at Say and I. Safety's clearly not a consideration for her, then. Before I can protest, she tucks the viola underneath her chin and draws from it a single sonorous glowing note. It lights up the room, shakes the dust from the rafters. It's glorious and perfect. She laughs at the stunned expressions on our faces. Reminds us that we came here to play music together, not just watch a master at work. So I ready a hand over the drums, Sai clears her throat, and Toya, eyes bright, draws another note from her viola, just as the sky flashes violence. When I gather my senses, I stumble to what used to be the window, which was under what used to be the roof. I look across the way, see through what used to be the building between the tavern and the creche to what used to be the garden where my daughter muddied her knees with her friends, and I see the smoking ruins in place of the small building where I left her. Blink, open my mouth, scream. I don't remember what happens next. I do not believe that the actions depicted in the journal contributed to the death of this man's child, but it is clear from this and other stories, as well as the physical evidence writ large in the Enclave's geography, that the surge was a horrifying and traumatic event for all involved, especially innocent civilians. In light of this, it is interesting to note that Denevron remained inhabited for some time after the surge, as our chronicler here reminds us, though the continuing natural disasters obviously took their toll. As a chronicler of history, I am reminded that every story is unique and special, and that every loss is a tragedy. We must endeavour to record as many as we can, to ensure that memories persist across time. This is what drives my passion for the craft, more than anything else, and I hope that I can bring these souls some measure of peace as a result. That one was bloody powerful, I like that a lot. Okay. Arch of Gods. Sprawling across the southern skies are 1,000 stars. Each of these, in its own way, is a god, hero or deity that represents something remarkable to the people of the High Kingdom of Taza. Together, they are known as the Arch of Gods, a literal constellation of mythologies woven together by cultural exchange. They represent not only religious beliefs, but solutions to practical concerns such as navigation across the Sand Sea. Take, for example, Ribos, hero of the Sirocco Winds, venerated by travellers hailing from across the Sand Sea. He is said to have ended a 1,000-year drought, using his mighty cloak to shelter ocean rainstorms on their way to bring fleeting life to the dunes. Offerings to him are customary for those wishing to survive the desert, and during my own tour of Taza, I saw a shrine for him at many way stations. Another whose story I am fond is that of Akatal, a river deity whose adherents hail from the northern Tazam Mountains. The river system she is associated with runs south from the peaks into the desert. Her lover, a twinned river deity, represents a river system on the opposite side of the mountains that run its way to the ocean. Their yearning for one another is symbolized by a unique and rare occurrence on this section of the mountain range, where the competing ocean and desert winds blow strong enough to reverse the direction of certain waterfalls. It is said that when these waterfalls flow into the sky and join the two rivers, the lovers are reunited, only briefly. See, these set my mind ablaze with the world building for this place and all the potential that I hope folks at Yellow Brick get to one day. It's wonderful. That's why I love stories. I've always been one who can picture stuff relatively clearly. So I don't know, just surges to life. Oh, he definitely saved the trial last, actually, because that's the crazy one with the silly jumps. Archon's Hearth sits tucked beneath the northern face of Mount Tagren, itself standing proud at the centre point of the Enclave. Though it was a restricted access facility, it was well known amongst the general populace that Archons were built here, woven into being and on gargantuan scaffolds through the expert ministrations of the Enclave's master artisans. Given the amount of security posted at the entrances, one must imagine that it was quite a shock when the surge ripped a huge hole in the ceiling, exposing the half secrets to the world. I assume the holes in the floors were equally as disruptive. Even with the catastrophic damage wreaked upon the facilities, it is easy to infer the processes by which Archons were built. From the coral-bearing resonant fields came the raw materials that give Arcs life, the literal stuff of legends. In the Carapace chamber was Arc armour wrought, the din of hammers heavy metal now silenced. I never found metalworking a subject of particular interest before joining the Weaver Band, but having watched and listened at length to Sola obsessing over the most minor details of her craft, I can now understand the sorrow implicit in the image of an anvil left to rust. It's led me to wonder, given the scale of art production, where the artisans' waste materials were sent. From the refineries to the forges to what Dam would describe as the alitaries, precious few remainders of their industrial processes are to be found. Bryn gathered me scraps of twist, a radiant byproduct of the coral refining process, but even that appears in confusingly low quantities among the dusty gallery of the Archon's Heart, where it accumulates in dark corners. Possibilities fell one by one. Did they bury it? No point in committing that amount of labour, even with the resources available to them. Was it recycled? Unlikely. Zula tells me the twist is interesting but nigh unworkable, and the idea of them simply not producing waste in significant amounts stretches the bounds of credulity. I returned to the documents in my archive. Final clue was found in a ledger sourced from Upper Denevron concerning transports of ores and misk, but couched in the vaguest of terms. Given the level of lavish detail upon most of which the Enclave documents, this stood out to me. With the origin and destination of the items' journeys matching the rest of the evidence available to me, I concluded they were simply hurling their refuse into the ocean. My maps do not lie. There is a convenient cliff near the Enclave's western gate that overlooks a deep and vicious reach of water guarded by gnashing waves and sharp rocks. It is here that the artisans disposed of the byproducts of their work. It served two purposes, I believe. One, to get rid of the damned stuff, and two, to put the waste material where nobody in their right mind seeking to reverse engineer the Enclave's techniques would dare to tread. One must wonder whether the residual magic energy from the twist had any effect on the local flora and fauna. Question for another day, I suppose. Oh yeah, you're dumping your entire... Like, this entire nation has been dumping all of its magical waste off one cliff to the west. It's going to be... That's a whole video game unto itself. It's a nightmare down there. Wild. Coral. For years, persistent rumours circulated that the Enclave had discovered a mineral present nowhere else in the Maida. After much research, we can both confirm its existence and, to our considerable surprise, its overwhelming abundance. Those tasked with researching the mineral called it coral, and the name fits well. Much like its namesake found in shallow waters, the Enclave's coral seems to be subtly alive. It autonomously collects and channels magic, an attribute immediately obvious to anyone who has worn a mantle. Further, both the Enclave's documentation and our own research show that the coral's growth is most aggressive around raw magic and tangles in particular. Our hypothesis is that the coral somehow feeds on the magic to fuel its growth, unique among all living creatures. Notes, devices, and the like recovered by our point have woven a tapestry of the Enclave's study of the coral. Its researchers encouraged the coral's growth, and they seem to be able to shape its development through a lost art of weaving they referred to as singing. It's likely this name is more of a metaphor than not, but one must appreciate the imagery. Importantly, the coral seems to have been central to many of the Enclave's innovations. Through the singer's mastery, it was used in the creation of the arcs, and it is possibly responsible for their ability to absorb ambient magic to protect themselves, to power themselves, without the assistance of a mantle or a dedicated weaver. Beyond that, questions such as how the coral integrated with transit enchantments like the loom gates remain a mystery. We have several documents referencing singers' presence in their construction, but nothing to explain exactly what they were doing. Maybe literally singing to it. I'll take a swig. There's a deep mystery here with this coral, and I'm hoping that down with the Surgeborn there's a connection there. Surge. The impacts of the surge were instantly visible upon traversing the Vale. The landscape had clearly heaved, the population was absent, and the thickest of tangles were ubiquitous. Predators roamed freely, and the famously peaceful arcs were violent and territorial. The details of this alone would be enough to fill several volumes, and will, given a few consecutive weeks without some sort of world-shattering revelation. But in the spirit of optimism, we strove to build a more complete picture before compiling this high-level summary. Our point's explorations into the depths of the Enclave paint a much clearer picture of the scope of the devastation, which greatly exceeds that which was experienced outside of the Enclave. Deep beneath Tenebron there was a carefully hidden underworks, where the Enclave's most iconic creations were forged. The arcs, the scries, the loom-gate transit networks, and more. The tapestry, too, was centralised here, and branched out from these underworks, and as such, Surge hit this city under a city the hardest. It is the epicentre of the destruction, the rending of Tenebron the most visible side effect. It is at this point that we move from the realm of primary sources into a more informed conjecture, so to speak. The tapestry was built for the purpose of conveying staggering amounts of raw magic around the Enclave, but the magic's origin was a mystery even to those whose clearance granted them access to the Institute's underground labs. We do, however, have a few poorly redacted logs, which provide some small insight. One details instability in the tapestry's pressure levels, another an experiment gone wrong causing coral to grow in a brittle form. A third log mentions a resonating cascade causing a containment system to fail, resulting in minor injuries. This alone might suggest a lack of care amongst the researchers. The evidence does not stop there. An internal memo found stuffed behind a bookshelf and thus unredacted but still vaguely worded mentions one of the Guild of Enchanters' big bosses commissioning a special project that could interrupt the tapestry's torrent of raw magic in case of emergency. Ironically, it seems that the project was summarily cancelled and all research on it destroyed. Let us entertain the idea then that the fluctuations in the tapestry are related to the surge, and that this special project, with its ability to stem its flow in an emergency, was built with these fluctuations in mind. If so, it follows that at the highest level of the Enclave leadership knew that the surge was a distinctly possible outcome of their unchecked experimentation, and that they elected to do nothing to prevent it. Astonishing arrogance, to say the least. We've figured as much. The Institute. If we envision the Enclave as an entity, living and breathing, the Institute would be its brain. A sprawling underground complex with obvious signs of planned expansion, the Institute was a place for the best and brightest of the Enclave's enchanters to work unobserved. It's clear the Institute was the origin of two key advances that led the Enclave we know today: the design and construction of the tapestries, and the protocols required to manipulate the curious magically active mineral known as coral. Numerous prototypes and small-scale experiments can be found throughout the halls of the Institute dealing with pressure, flow, material science and more, along with several key junctions in the tapestry itself. What's not immediately clear, however, is the origin of the vast reserves of raw magic that filled the various channels of the tapestry. If anything, the Institute can be eliminated as if the magic's origin point for it is as woven into and reliant upon the tapestry as any other part of the Enclave. More fruitful are studies of how the Enclave could manipulate coral. While the details are sparse on exactly how, the evidence suggests that the enchanters seem to use raw magic pulled from the tapestry to create localized zones of high magic. Micro-tangles, perhaps, that would cause the corals to slowly spread in targeted directions. While a mere theory, our enchanters propose that perhaps the coral feeds upon raw magic. The proposal for those having trouble picturing it first, as yours truly did, would be that the coral behaves similarly to a plant in a window whose leaves will turn and grow towards the sun in time. While unproven, it would advance the theory that the raw magic of the tapestry was critical to the process by which enchanters shaped the coral used in the Enclave's most advanced creations. Only a few left now. The Undine Federation is a collective of city-states bound together by cultural norms, defensive alliances, and ironclad trade agreements. Located at the southeast extent of the Maida, the Federation's current territory stretches from the ocean almost to the walls of the Enclave itself. The grand houses of Udia's most powerful all faced east across the water. It is official history that our people's origins lie across the ocean, though none have been able to make the return journey to prove it. Even now in their will building, they're talking about nations beyond seas and such things. It's set up beyond set up, I tell you. Astute readers will notice the use of our. This is because your humble lawkeeper hails from these very islands. I hail from a minor family based in the Undian trade hub of Varentia, a city considered the shining jewel among our many islands, though that label itself is controversial. Udia's historical wealth comes from its long-term control of the Maida shipping lanes, or stranglehold on the most efficient way to transport goods in a timely manner. The Undine merchant navy profited greatly. That is until the surge. The primary effect of this disaster on Nadia was the sudden overload of the Enclave's weather manipulation technology, causing furious storms to lay waste across the Maida. India's merchant fleet, complacently built with durability low on the priority list, fared poorly. Much was lost. Now, decades after, India has failed to recover its former heights, and the balance of power across the Maida has shifted. Dombranig controls the sea, operating the Undine relief efforts. The once mighty houses squabble for scraps as the needy go hungry, and the scions of these families might just be tempted to disappear in the night, leaving no trace. Bless them for inserting their own story a little. Well, they had to. Okay, now these are the more interesting ones. Or the ones that I suppose are the most mysterious for me, Coral aside. The Veil. In the interest of completeness, I waited until we had a somewhat solid answer to the true nature of the Veil before officially recording our findings. To summarise, should future generations be lucky enough to not experience it firsthand, the Veil is a massive field of kinetic magic that repels anything that draws too close to it. It surrounds the entire landmass of the Enclave, and some portion of the sea where its energy plunges into the depths, endlessly boiling the waters. Ooh, I like that. As a byproduct, it releases a vast amount of raw magic, which gathers at its base like churning deadly clouds. The term Veil was coined by some of the first observers to reach the Enclave's borders after the surge, who poetically likened the dark mist at its base to tangles of fabric. This description has stuck over the decades, inspiring hatred, awe, and envy in equal measure. As a magical feat, it is unparalleled. It is also impossible. The magic that will be required to power something like the Veil defies comprehension, let alone calculation. It can additionally confirm that the long-rumoured tapestry of magic is powering the wall. To date, our Weaver Band seems to be the only individuals to cross the Veil in either direction. We were only able to do so through the utilisation of an arc of unknown design that was able to seemingly absorb the magic around it and punch a hole through the Veil. It did not survive the attempt. Thankfully, we did. Barely. I love the fact that when it stretches into the ocean, it boils the water, so ships can't even try to get close, potentially. Surgeborn. Class of hostile, organised, and extremely aggressive combatants that appeared in the years following the Surge. First encountered in the underground facilities of the Archon's Hearth and the Institute, they quickly spread across the surface, rapidly overwhelming the scattered remains of Enclave's military. These mysterious creatures are a study in contrast. Similarities in appearance. All are covered in husk, with strangely mist-like insides, yet very wildly in morphology, with both quadruped and biped variants observed. In regards to behaviour, they fight like unruly beasts, snarling and inelegant, and yet they are intelligent enough to traverse the loom gates. They can draw upon magic and yet need no mantle, and unlike a weaver, they are invigorated by tangles rather than wounded. Further, they create hive-like structures akin to those built by Spitfires, yet these structures act more as storage facilities for organic matter than a repository for food or a breeding chamber. As observed by our points, there are 3 common variants of the Surgeborn. Talons seem to be the most numerous and are clawed bipeds, resourceful and intelligent enough to utilise the Enclave's discarded weapons and arms, using them to great effect. Fangs fight like trained warhounds, though their stamina and size would make any sinologist deeply envious. Shades are hard to perceive and use hit-and-run tactics in concert with the other Surgeborn morphs. Aye, screw 'em, the Shades. In a desperate response to the growing threat of Surgeborn, the Half-Siders elected to cut off their access to the wider Enclave, deploying a fortified field of magic akin to which compromises the Veil. The field was positioned to physically block access to or from the Underworks, and its secondary effect of severing all Loomgate connections meant there was no way out for the Surgeborn. This initiative was dubbed Asylum. The Surgeborn thus remained locked away behind the barrier for years, until Asylum was lifted. The moment the barrier disappeared, they streamed out towards the surface in a highly organised manner. A worrying level of readiness which suggests more intelligence behind their actions than previously known. In the interest of completeness in the historical record, yes, it was our Weaver Band, and in specific our Point, who opened Asylum and released the Surgeborn back into the Enclave. We stand by the decision. It was the only option available to us to stem the deadly floods of raw magic, and the Half-Siders commanders elected not to contact us or provide us refuge before we took action. And for further completeness, I will note that the Half-Sider scout, Arkham, was against this, and was unable to fulfill his desires in contacting us due to direct verbal orders from the Eye. Just a little bit, just getting that bastard in there a little bit. Let's have another swig of his drink. What little remains? And the man who founded the place, the disappearance of Maximilian Arden. In our Point's exploration, she uncovered several references to writings by the earliest founders of the Enclave, which in turn led to tomes, letters, minutes, and other sources mouldering in the transplanted archives now housed in Castellan's Hold, all harkening back to the time of the First Eye and her council. From these we can surmise that while Arden was instrumental in securing support and funding that led to the Enclave's founding, his involvement in high-level decision making tapers off sharply in the years after. He's regularly recorded as present in early meetings, yet makes his own notions and votes only rarely. From certain parenticles and pointed omissions in the record, it's implied that many of his absentations may have been because he was asleep as the vote was cast. It is of little surprise, then, that he seems to have been bitten again by the urge to travel, which originally brought him to the lands on which the Enclave now sits. It has thus far proved impossible to find any clear information on Arden's ultimate destination, but a personal letter addressed to Khan Ramanos had fallen between parchments detailing census data that suggested the founder had decided to travel somewhere far away. Notably, the letter makes it explicit that when the first council had nominated him as Eye, Arden discovered a renewed interest in politics, not as an aspirant. Instead, he campaigned entirely for Ramatos to take on the role in his stead, quoted as saying, "She's actually good at this." The letter writer, signed only F, sadly, seemed to be surprised at such a magnanimous gesture, but it impressed all the same. Thus, while we lack any final answer to the fate of the Enclave's founder, we know he willingly ceded power in favour of some voyage he felt he had to undertake. It sounds like a shade of like Bryn or a Point, someone who was there for the discovery to tame this land and then go off on the next adventure. And finally, Trial of the Seven Mantles. The most, not obscure, but, I know, ethereal descriptions we found. Got an achievement. Assemble the Codex titled The Trial of the Seven Mantles. A curious one. A point found several pale, nearly transparent strips of cloth floating unaided in hard-to-reach places of varying hues and compositions. Someone without the attuned magical senses of a point might have missed them entirely. On study, the 4 strips each emitted a soft sound, repeating and, without exception, similar to a sound found in nature. Upon further research, I made the connection that these sounds are all referenced in a poem written by a retired commander in the early days of the Enclave's founding, in which he tied the cries to the 4 virtues that defined the greatest weavers among us: yearning, compassion, cooperation, fearlessness. This revelation broadened our search somewhat and led to the discovery of a half-sided tourney called the Trial of Seven Mantles. After several rounds of screening, the 7 best points who wished to participate in the trial and had not won before were given only the vaguest hints as to where to find the 4 virtues and set loose. The first to return with all 4 locations correctly would be dubbed that year's winner and awarded several prizes, though none were as valuable as the bragging rights. As far as we can tell, Bryn had simply stumbled across the objectives of the last trial before the surge, left hanging there for decades. Technically, and to our collective considerable delight, this makes her the first in decades, and more importantly, the first non-half-sided to complete the trial. Bragging rights indeed. Good work, Bryn. Aww. Now, there remains one more Codex entry, but that's going to require fighting the big boss. You're right, Lane. Reading all that, of course you'd have a paper cut. But my goodness. All those ticks. And that last one is indeed our boss. Whew. Well, if you're not asleep already, I will say thank you very much for watching. If you enjoyed yourself, don't forget to hit that like button. Helps push the video through the algorithm so more folks can come hang out, play some games with us, listen to some stories. I mean, that's why I'm here after all. Subscribe for more content on the channel. On the weekdays, 9 AM GMT, we're here with World of Warcraft. In between 4 and 6 on the evenings, we're here with other games. We've got 1, maybe 2 at a push streams of Eternal Strands left. It's been a delight. I look forward to seeing where it all ends up. And you can find playlists to the rest of the Eternal Strands adventure and all the other games we've already covered on the channel right there. Binge to your heart's content. Just got a couple of tabs over past the video button on YouTube. You'll find the playlist there. You can have a scroll through live if you're so curious. So until next time, folks, much love, take care, and bye-bye.